Chapter 1580. However, along the way, he had also found many spiritual herbs. There were countless spiritual herbs in the world, and they all had different habits. Some liked sunlight, some liked water, some liked darkness, and some even grew in the wilderness of mountains of corpses. Therefore, there were countless precious spiritual herbs in the Foam Mountain range. Moreover, they were all very old, thousands of years old. These were all 1,000-year-old herbs, and they were very precious. Lin Xian took some, then sat down cross-legged and quickly refined pills. Now that he was able to refine middle-grade Xian pills, he would not let go of any opportunity. In the end, he was only in charge of refining pills, while the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey were in charge of collecting. The two of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to collect more than 10,000-year-old herbs. Soon, a furnace of pills was made. There were a total of 12 pills. Each of them was the size of a longan, and they emitted a strange fragrance. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the Snow-White Monkey shared the pills equally, and they quickly consumed them to increase their strength. However, every time Lin Xian raised his cultivation, the amount of energy he needed was too great. Therefore, this small amount of elixir could not provide any significant improvement. However, his strength increased little by little. When night fell, the entire Foam Mountain was shrouded in a layer of ghostly aura. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Under such circumstances, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the rest did not leave, but sat cross-legged where they were. They started a bonfire, but the dim light could only illuminate the surrounding area for a meter. However, this was enough. The Crimson Dragon set up a defensive array around them. Lin Xian was preparing to cultivate. Bang! However, at this moment, a low sound was heard, as if something was hitting the array. "Who is it?" Lin Xian shouted coldly, and his voice turned into a murderous aura, penetrating all directions. The Crimson Dragon also set up an array, and suddenly a bright light shone, illuminating the surroundings. Then their eyes widened, and they felt their scalps go numb. 2 meters in front of them, there was a corpse lying on the ground. It was a shriveled corpse, with only skin and bones left. At this moment, it was lying on the ground, emitting a gloomy and cold aura. *CK, what is this thing? When did he appear? The Crimson Dragon was startled. Lin Xian was also shocked. There was nothing they could do about it. This mummy was too strange. Previously, they had scouted all directions, but there was nothing within a radius of 1 mile. But now, 2 meters in front of them, there was a dried corpse. How did it appear? Did the other party run over on his own? Or was it put here by someone? No matter which one it was, it made their scalps go numb. "Kid, why don't we go back? This place is too creepy." The Crimson Dragon hesitated. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Even the Crimson Dragon said so. Was this place really that dangerous? However, before he could say anything, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the front. There were also angry roars. "Someone's fighting!" Lin Xian frowned and spread out his soul power. He found that the place where the sound came from was not far away. It was only a few dozen miles away from them. This distance was nothing to them. "Let's go and have a look," Lin Xian said. Then he turned into a sword light and flew forward. The Crimson Dragon did not dare to stay here alone, so he followed closely. At this distance, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon soon arrived. Then they found that there was indeed a battle. On one side there was a man in black. His wide black robe wrapped around his body. His eyes were unusually cold, with an unfathomable evil aura. On the other side, although Lin Xian did not know who it was, his clothes were very familiar. He was a disciple of the Danzong, and judging by his cultivation, he should be a core disciple of the Danzong. At this moment, they were fighting with the black-robed man. However, they were not fighting with the black-robed man himself, but with a few dried corpses. That's right, there were a few dried corpses around the black-robed man, and they were walking strangely. As they moved, there was a strange and evil power. Damn, what a strong death aura! The Crimson Dragon looked forward and was shocked. Death aura? This uncomfortable feeling is the death aura? Lin Xian asked. At the same time, he found that the dried corpses around the black-robed man were very similar to the one beside the bonfire. Come to think of it, they should be together. One of the dried corpses was very scary. It was tall, purple, and seemed to be wearing armor. There was a gray light in its eyes. Its body was as fast as lightning, and its strength was enormous. With a palm strike, it sent a core disciple of the Danzong flying. It seemed that the purple zombie was at least a 4-star king, and the dried corpses around it were not weak either. Although they were not as strong as the purple zombie, they had strong bodies. The attacks of the core disciples did not cause much damage to them. Damn it, who are you? The core disciples of the Danzong roared. There were 3 of them in total. Now that one of them was sent flying, there were only 2 left. It was a man and a woman. The 2 of them were fighting 6 dried corpses, and the situation was very dangerous. After the black-robed man heard this, he sneered. Dead people don't need to know so much. Don't worry. After you die, I'll turn you into dried corpses and make you my slaves forever. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hands and clapped lightly. Suddenly, a very low voice was heard. The dried corpses and the purple zombie seemed to have received some kind of order, and they attacked even more crazily. The purple zombie was especially fierce. The 2 Danzong disciples' palms and long swords slashed at it, creating a series of sparks. However, they could not hurt the zombie at all. The purple zombie waved its palms, carrying a terrifying death aura. It instantly blasted the 2 of them and forced them back. Uft! The 2 core disciples spat out blood. Their faces were pale. At the same time, a gust of death aura flowed into their bodies, destroying their spiritual energy and bodies. Because of that, their situation became even worse. Hee, the disciples of the Danzong. You're good at alchemy, but you're trash when it comes to fighting. Why didn't you stay in the mountains? Why did you have to get involved in this mess? Since that's the case, you can go to hell. The black-robed man sneered. His palms clapped in a strange rhythm. Then the purple zombie charged forward again like lightning. Its withered palms were like the claws of death. They struck forward quickly. Even the void could not withstand it. The 2 core disciples were about to be killed. However, at this moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a ball of black flames flew out. It was like a black sun, covering the sky and covering the earth. It quickly blasted onto the purple zombie. Bang! Uft! Uft! The purple zombie was pushed back. Not only that, but its body was also burning rapidly. It was only a dried corpse, so it would not feel any pain. However, the black-robed man was shocked when he saw this. Who's there? How dare you hurt my zombie? Come out. Chapter 1581. Who's there? How dare you hurt my zombie? Show yourself. As he roared, he quickly formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, an endless amount of death aura surrounded the purple zombie and extinguished the black flames. Then he looked to the side with a gloomy gaze. There, he found a young man standing with a red, 4-horned snake. Who are you? How dare you interfere with my business? Do you want to die? The black-robed man's voice was gloomy. At the same time, he was shocked that the young man could hurt his purple zombie. One had to know that his purple zombie was extremely terrifying. Those core disciples of the alchemy sect from before were unable to harm it at all. Now, the young man who appeared out of nowhere could hurt his zombie. It was indeed shocking. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Xian. When he heard the man's roar, he did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" "Humph, you don't have the right to know who I am. How dare you interfere with my business? You'll end up in a miserable state." The black-robed man snorted. His body was filled with murderous intent. Then, You don't have the right to know who I am either. However, since you dared to provoke a Danzong disciple, I can guarantee that you'll end up in a miserable state too. Lin Xian said slowly. He returned the man's words. You're courting death. The black-robed man was furious. On the other hand, the 3 injured Danzong disciples were overjoyed. The young man turned out to be a Danzong disciple. That was good news. However, what puzzled them was that they did not recognize the young man in front of them. Could he be an inner disciple? As soon as they thought of that, they quickly rejected the idea. How could an inner disciple defeat this black-robed young man? He must be a core disciple. They heard that there was a new core disciple recently. It should be him. They discussed and finally confirmed it. On the other side, the black-robed man wanted to attack, but suddenly a strange voice came from afar. Suddenly, the black-robed man's expression changed. Kid, you're lucky this time. The next time we meet, I'll kill all of you and turn you all into mummies. With that, he let out a cold snort. Boundless death chi spread out from his body, enveloping all the mummies. Then, with a flash of his body, he turned into a black light and left the place. Seeing that the man had left, the 3 core disciples heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. One by one, they began to consume pills to heal their injuries. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian gratefully. Thank you for your help, brother. It's fine. Lin Xian smiled. You said you're a Danzong disciple. Could it be that you're that new core disciple, Lin Xian? Asked a woman wearing a red skirt. That's me. Lin Xian nodded. As expected, the 3 of them looked at each other and confirmed their thoughts. Brother Lin's strength is really strong. He actually injured that purple zombie with one move. We were just lucky, Lin Xian said. How did you meet that guy? After that, the few of them chatted and quickly exchanged information. It turned out that these people had only met by chance. They did not know the background of the black-robed young man at all. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a disciple wearing a green shirt suddenly trembled. What's going on? Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were shocked. The other 2 disciples were also anxious. Could it be because of the death chi just now? Lin Xian frowned. However, the green-robed disciple was already unconscious. He kept rolling on the ground and spasming. With great difficulty, he shouted, Pills, give me pills! Hearing that, the woman in red and the other disciples' expressions changed. As for Lin Xian, he quickly took out a few healing elixirs and handed them over. However, the green-robed disciple on the ground was quickly thrown away. His eyes were red and his expression was ferocious as he shouted, Give me pills! Looking at this scene, Lin Xian frowned. This situation was way too strange. What does the other party want? He turned to look at the woman in red. He's talking about the blue wave pill. The woman in red sighed. Brother Lin, I think you should have gotten a blue wave pill. I don't know if you've taken it. If you haven't, you can lend it to him first. What blue wave pill? Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He was extremely shocked. How did this strange situation have anything to do with the blue wave pill? What's going on? What does this have to do with the blue wave pill? Lin Xian asked quickly. I've already swallowed the pill. I don't have it now. The woman in red sighed. Senior brother was going to take the blue wave pill, but it was destroyed by the zombies. Without the blue wave pill, I'm afraid the coming days will be very difficult. You know, that's Junior sister. The woman in red wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by the disciple beside her. Then the young man gave her a look. Suddenly the woman in red was shocked. She realized that she had said too much. Then she shook her head slightly. It's nothing, Brother Lin. You'll understand these things for yourself in the future. Another disciple walked up and looked at the green-robed disciple, who was screaming and convulsing on the ground. Then he struck him with his palm and knocked him unconscious. Brother Lin, we can't go together. I have to bring him back to the sect." The disciple cupped his fist and said. Then he left with the unconscious, green-robed disciple and the woman in red. As for Lin Xian, his frown deepened. What do they mean? The three people in front of him obviously know something, but they don't want to tell him. Could it be that they're afraid of something? And what was the relationship between the convulsing disciple and the blue wave pill? What they meant was that the green-robed disciple had the blue wave pill, but it was destroyed by the zombies. That was why he didn't take it. But why would this happen if he didn't take it? Lin Xian's face turned ugly. Could it be that after taking it once, he would go crazy if he didn't take it again? When he thought of this, his scalp went numb. He seemed to have discovered something extremely terrifying. If this was true, then it would be an earth-shattering matter. One had to know that all the core disciples in Danzong had taken the blue wave pill. Even the elders had taken it. If the supply of the blue wave pill was stopped one day, wouldn't that mean that the entire upper echelon of Danzong, including the elite disciples, would go crazy? When he thought of this, Lin Xian broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his art of longevity was extremely mysterious. It directly rejected the blue wave pill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in a good state right now. Damn it, what's going on? How could something like this happen in Danzong? Lin Xian's face was unusually gloomy. He realized that he seemed to be involved in a huge conspiracy. Could it be that the Niwa of Gojoseon discovered this back then, and that's why he was hunted down? Chapter 1582. Lin Xian's face was unusually gloomy. He realized that he had been dragged into a huge conspiracy. Could it be that the Niwa of Gojoseon discovered this back then, and that's why he was hunted down? Maybe that's true. At the side, the Crimson Dragon also said in a low voice, "To be honest, he has never seen such a strange thing. Kid, you have to be careful. This blue wave pill seems to be addictive." The Crimson Dragon's expression was serious. Even a 4-star king couldn't avoid it. Who could have made it? Damn, I didn't expect the Niwa of Gojoseon to be hiding such a huge conspiracy. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Kid, it's not too late for us to escape now. The Crimson Dragon reminded him. After all, you didn't take the blue wave pill, and the sect didn't find out either. If we leave now, they won't find out either. But if we stay for too long, I'm afraid something will happen. Yeah, kid, this situation is too strange. Hey, Tu also tried to persuade him. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It's okay. There's no danger now. I want to see what this Danzong wants to do. He realized that there was a huge conspiracy right in front of him. To be honest, he really wanted to uncover it. But before that, he needed to be powerful. Let's go and explore the ancient tomb first. We'll talk about the Danzong after we return. After that, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon moved again and flew forward. Whoosh! Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon landed on a mountain peak and looked forward. They were already very close to the center of Foam Mountain. At this moment, black smoke filled the sky, and the air was filled with a dense, ghostly aura. It was eerie and very oppressive. Countless martial artists around them turned into rays of light and rushed forward. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon didn't hesitate and also flew forward. When Lin Xian approached, he could feel the surrounding ghostly aura surging towards him, as though it wanted to devour him. With a cold snort, he activated the great dragon sword soul, and a sharp sword light surged out, cutting all the death chi in the surroundings. However, at this time, many martial artists flew past Lin Xian. When they sensed his cultivation, they immediately sneered. Humph! A mere 2-star king dares to come here? You're courting death. Don't worry about him. Soon he will be swallowed by the ghost chi and become a zombie. The few of them sneered and left while laughing. Lin Xian did not pay attention to those people. His figure flickered as he directly entered the center of Foam Mountain. The black mountain peaks were thousands of feet tall. They were like demonic swords that stood on the ground, emitting a torrential aura. That aura was extremely terrifying. Ordinary kings didn't even dare to approach it. Not far ahead, a group of people stood. They were the ones who had mocked him earlier. At this moment, those people were also looking around. When they turned around and saw Lin Xian, they sneered again. You actually managed to come in? What a surprise! Humph. So what? A 2-star king coming here is courting death. It was a group of 9 young men. Each of them was outstanding and had a powerful aura. Moreover, there was a moon embroidered on their sleeves. Obviously, they were from the same sect. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to come here. However, if you continue, you'll also be courting death. Why don't you join us and become our slave? That way you can keep your life. If you serve us well, we might even give you 1 or 2 treasures. Who knows? At this time, a young man in front said coldly. Lin Xian said coldly, join you? Become a slave? You're really shameless. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. I don't want to kill anyone now. However, if you continue to be so presumptuous, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, you dare to threaten me? The young man sneered. The others also sneered disdainfully. Kid, do you know the situation in front of you? Do you know who we are? What's your cultivation base? How dare you threaten us? You really don't know how to spell the word death. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize. Break one of your arms, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, the young man was very arrogant as he looked down at Lin Xian. However, before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying by a slap. Half of his face was smashed and he fainted. That was naturally Lin Xian's doing. He slapped the other party unconscious, and then his gaze swept across the surroundings like lightning. He said coldly, I don't want to do anything, but you've gone too far. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. As he spoke, his body moved like lightning and quickly rushed forward. You're courting death. Those people were furious. They did not expect that the other party would dare to attack and even succeed. Catch that kid and kill him. They counterattacked. However, in the next moment, everyone regretted it, because Lin Xian was too powerful. He subdued all of them with a raise of his hand. All of them covered their faces and wailed on the ground. Lin Xian did not kill them, but he did not show mercy either. These people were all seriously injured. Impossible. Damn it. This is impossible. You're just a 2-star king. How can you be so powerful? Who exactly are you? These people screamed in horror. They could not believe that a 2-star king could be so powerful. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Xian lifted his leg and sent them flying with a kick. However, their storage rings were left behind. Lin Xian used his soul power to search quickly and took out all the useful things. As for the storage rings, they were thrown away by Lin Xian. Firstly, he had a king's domain that could store things. Secondly, the storage rings might have been sealed by the elders of the sect. He did not want to take them. From these people's storage rings, he found 50 substandard divine crystals that were not of good quality. F*CK, that's all? You're really poor. The Crimson Dragon curled his lips and looked at them with disdain. Puff! Hearing this, the seriously injured young people vomited blood and fainted. As for Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, they took the items with them and left the place in a flash. Then he and the Crimson Dragon set off for the depths of Feng Mountain. During this time, they were mocked by many people, but they were all chased away by Lin Xian. Of course, everyone who mocked him left behind a painful price. There were storage rings all over the ground. Lin Xian also obtained hundreds of high-quality subdivine crystals, which were absorbed by him one by one. His strength and cultivation were also gradually increasing. Right now, his realm was very stable, and his strength had also increased to a certain extent compared to before. However, at this moment, Lin Xian heard the sound of fighting coming from a mountain in front of him. He and the crimson dragon flew over and found that many people were fighting over the subdivine crystals. After searching carefully, they found out that those people were fighting over the subdivine crystals. This time, there were many subdivine crystals. There were 3 of them. Chapter 1583. Even though Lin Xian had obtained hundreds of good-quality substandard god crystals, they couldn't compare to a single supreme-grade substandard god crystal. Kid, good stuff. The crimson dragon was drooling. Lin Xian's eyes were also burning with desire. Since they had encountered it, they would not miss it. Get out of here. It belongs to the Golden Light sect. A furious roar was heard. Then, several young men in golden robes appeared. Their bodies shone like the sun, illuminating the surroundings. Their aura was extremely powerful when they joined forces. What? The Golden Light sect. Seeing that, many people were horrified and quickly retreated. Humph! So what if you have the Golden Light sect? Our moon-worshipping cult wants it. Get out of here if you don't want to die. On the other side, an arrogant voice was heard. Then, several powerful martial artists appeared. Their powerful aura collapsed the void. Suddenly, more people retreated. Both the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult were major sections. They were extremely terrifying. The surrounding local sects were no match for them. Therefore, they could only retreat temporarily. However, the power of the subdivine crystal was too tempting. After some discussion, they decided to form an alliance to fight against the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult. Alliance? You're courting death. Kill. In an instant, the 3 forces fought fiercely. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions like a raging tide. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. Screams were heard. Not long after, many martial artists collapsed. At that moment, the greed of human nature was on full display. Everyone seemed to be in a killing frenzy as they fought desperately for the crystals. Lin Xian and the crimson dragon hid in the dark and were ready to attack. However, at that moment, another terrifying voice was heard. It sounded like the roar of a ferocious ghost. It made one's scalp tingle. Ha 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 ha. 3 subdivine crystals. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. The voice was extremely ferocious. Then, black gas appeared in the void and formed a large hand that grabbed downward. You're courting death. Put it down. Get out of here. The martial artists of the Golden Light sect, the moon-worshipping cult, and the allied forces roared. They had fought so hard and had not obtained the crystals. How could they allow others to interfere? In the next moment, these martial artists made their moves one after another, unleashing powerful attacks that bombarded the sky. Bang bang. A terrifying explosion rang out. High up in the sky, a violent wind blew, thunder rumbled, and energy exploded. However, the berserk energy was unable to stop that figure. That mysterious person was like a ghost. Carrying a shocking amount of energy, he quickly arrived in the sky. What? He was actually fine. How is this possible? The surrounding martial artists were astonished. Even if they were 4-star King Realm martial artists, they would still suffer if they were hit by these attacks. However, nothing happened to the other party. This was simply too inconceivable. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, who were hiding in the dark, looked up. In the sky, there was a strange figure. It was a young man wearing a black robe. His eyes were cold and evil. He wasn't floating. Instead, he was sitting cross-legged on a purple zombie. The purple zombie was extremely tall. Its entire body was purple, and it flickered with a cold metallic luster. At the same time, it also had an extremely cold aura. Who are you? Seeing this strange scene, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. The disciple of the School of Golden Light roared furiously. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to get lost and leave the 3 supreme, grade, subdivine crystals behind. How dare you? You're courting death. Kid, you're too arrogant. Angry roars could be heard. At this moment, the disciple of the moon-worshipping cult said, "You're also sneering. Although you're strong, you can't withstand our attacks. If you don't want to die, get lost now." "Humph, you're alone, and you want to get the 3 supreme grade subdivine crystals? You really don't know how to spell the word death." "What a bunch of idiots. Who said I'm alone?" In the sky, the black-robed man sneered. Then he waved his hand. Suddenly, a black scroll fluttered in the wind. In the next moment, a black light shone. 6 mummies flew out from the scroll. Each of them looked ferocious and evil. The martial artists below were shocked. The disciple of the School of Golden Light exclaimed, "The path of Corpse Ghost! You're from the South Ridge." They were indeed shocked. In the eastern wilderness, it was rare to hear of any sect that practiced the path of Corpse Ghost. However, the South Ridge was different. There were many such sections. Therefore, the disciples of the School of Golden Light exclaimed, "Humph, it's just a ghost. You want to use it to defeat us? What a joke!" The disciple of the moon-worshipping cult snorted, "Watch me destroy your zombies." Suddenly, 3 disciples of the moon-worshipping cult stepped forward. With a wave of their hands, a fire appeared in the sky and swept toward the sky. "Humph! Zombies are afraid of fire and lightning. We'll use fire to burn your mummies." The others heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, these mummies were afraid of the power of Yang. At this moment, the fire in the sky would definitely burn those mummies to ashes. However, the black-robed young man in the sky sneered. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, the 6 mummies in the sky raised their hands. Balls of black light burst out from their palms. These balls of light grew bigger and bigger. They connected and surrounded the 6 mummies completely. Then they spread out in all directions. In the next moment, a black defense was formed. Suddenly, the fire in the sky blasted on the black defense and set off huge waves. However, it did not break. It was blocked outside. What? He blocked it? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. However, in the next moment, they screamed. This was because the black-robed young man had commanded the 6 zombies to dive down quickly and penetrate the bodies of 2 disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. What kind of technique was this? How could the zombies not be afraid of fire? This was beyond common sense. In the sky, the black-robed young man did not stop. His palms moved again. The 6 zombies immediately rushed toward the disciples of the Golden Light sect. The disciples of the Golden Light sect narrowed their eyes and quickly dodged. At the same time, they roared and performed their strongest techniques to resist. However, this time, the 6 mummies did not rush over directly. Instead, they stretched out their 10 fingers. Suddenly, the 10 fingers shone brightly and left their bodies. Like 10 hidden weapons, they penetrated the heads of the 3 disciples of the Golden Light sect. Bang! 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 The 3 disciples of the Golden Light sect fell to the ground and blood flowed out. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. They kept retreating. In just a moment, 5 disciples of the major sects were killed. This technique was too terrifying. Seeing the horrified expressions of the people below, the black-robed young man laughed out loud. "How is it? Now you know how powerful I am. If I don't show you some tricks, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Now, all of you can get out of my sight. Those 3 supreme-grade subdivine crystals are mine. I'll kill whoever dares to snatch them." Chapter 1584. Now all of you can get lost. Those 3 supreme divine crystals are mine. I will kill anyone who dares to snatch them from me. The black-robed youth sneered. Damn it! Damn it! I can't accept this. Countless warriors roared crazily. Those were 3 pieces of substandard divine crystals. each of which was extremely precious. Now they were asked to leave, and they could not accept it. However, the black-robed youth in the sky was too powerful. Moreover, his methods were vicious. He had killed 5 disciples of the large sects in an instant. If they continued to stay, their lives would be in danger. All of a sudden, everyone was in a dilemma and their faces turned pale. Humph, don't even think about it. How dare you kill the disciples of the Golden Light sect? Today you will never leave. The moon-worshipping sect will not let you off. At that moment, the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping sect gave up on fighting and joined forces to kill the black-robed youth in the sky. Humph, you are really stubborn. Let's play with you. How dare you? I am Wang Dong from the Golden Light sect. I am here to kill you. A handsome young man walked out from the Golden Light sect. He was in a golden robe and held a golden sword in his hand. He exuded a powerful aura. He was as dazzling as the sun. Humph, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The black-robed youth sneered. Then he controlled the purple zombie and swooped down. The purple zombie emitted a dazzling radiance. Like a bolt of purple lightning, it dashed down quickly. Along with it, there was a thick fog and an eerie, ghostly aura. When the surrounding martial artists saw the black-robed youth, they retreated nervously. They had no choice. The black-robed youth was too terrifying. His aura alone made them feel uneasy and their bodies trembled. What a fast speed! Lin Xian frowned as he observed the black-robed youth carefully. At the same time, he summoned Little White Monkey and prepared to snatch the 3 supreme divine crystals. On the other side, Wang Dong, the disciple of the Golden Light sect, roared and slashed with the golden holy sword. The sword radiance shone and turned into 5 dazzling sword chi that slashed forward. Each and every one of them was like a golden river, and the surging energy caused the void to tremble. As for the black-robed young man, he controlled the purple zombie to quickly dodge, and in an instant 3 more sword chis were dodged. As for the other 2, he urged the purple zombie to resist them. The purple zombie stretched out both of its palms. Like 2 purple thunderclouds, it pressed down viciously. Immediately, a purple light surrounded him, and a terrifying energy surged out. It was extremely powerful. Pung! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the 2 purple hands pressed down on the sword chi, instantly shattering the 2 sword chi. Just one move was enough to shatter the terrifying sword chi. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. As for Wang Dong from the Gate of Golden Light, his pupils abruptly shrank. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. With a roar, he brandished his sword again and quickly charged over. At the same time, the black-robed man rode the purple zombie and arrived in front of Wang Dong. That tall, purple demonic figure was like an impenetrable wall. It was extremely powerful. It stretched out its purple palm, and with a whistling sound, it quickly grabbed forward. Wang Dong was shocked and raised his sword to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard, and the entire sky shook violently. Then the black-robed man waved his hand, and 2 short wooden sticks appeared, which he threw forward. The wooden sticks were very short, only 1 foot long. They were very old and bumpy. If the black-robed man did not use them and threw them on the ground, no one would take a second look at them. However, the 2 wooden sticks in the black-robed man's hand emitted a strange force. A terrifying light flashed out, and like 2 ghost claws, it instantly tore through the sky. Pung! The Gate of Golden Light disciple, Wang Dong, did not expect the black-robed man to have such a move. He was immediately hit and was sent flying while vomiting blood. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. The Gate of Golden Light martial artists roared angrily. Damn it, you're cheating. 2 of you attacking 1 person. What kind of skill is that? If you're so capable, fight one-on-one. Hearing this, the black-robed man sneered disdainfully. Idiots, this zombie is my weapon. How can it be counted as 2 people? Of course, you're weak, so it's not impossible for the two of you to come at me together. I'll fulfill your wish and make you give up completely. All right, let's go. On the other side, the people of moon worshipping cult roared. Then 2 disciples stood out. Kill. These were 2 4-star kings. At this moment, they unleashed their full power. Their bodies were shining brightly, and they were extremely powerful. One of them held a long saber in his hand and slashed forward. The terrifying saber light was like a divine saber from the heavenly realm. It was extremely sharp. The other disciple of moon worshipping cult moved and appeared behind the black-robed man at an extremely fast speed. Then he waved both of his palms. Countless moonlight shadows appeared, and a surging and majestic force quickly enveloped the black-robed man. One from the front and one from the back, they attacked each other. The 2 experts attacked at the same time, and they were extremely powerful. However, the black-robed man sneered. He suddenly turned around and waved his arm. Suddenly, the wooden sticks in his hand emitted a black light. The 2 attacks broke through the back and collided with the moonlight palm. At the same time, the purple zombie waved both of its palms. With a shocking force, it collided with the dazzling saber light, and a huge explosion occurred. What? He blocked that. So powerful, the crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that 2 4-star kings together could not take down the opponent. Damn it, I don't believe it. The disciple of moon worshipping cult with a long saber roared and rushed forward again. Bang! 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 The purple zombie waved its palms and collided with the long saber dozens of times. Every strike tore through the void. Soon, the disciple with the long saber retreated rapidly. His arm was numb, and his face was extremely ugly. His long saber was an extremely terrifying treasure, but he could not hurt the opponent? What kind of physique did the purple zombie have? How could it be so hard? How could it resist his treasure with its bare hands? Haha, stop struggling. It's useless. This zombie was refined from the corpse of a 6-star king. You can't destroy it at all. The black-robed man sneered and said a shocking piece of news. What? The corpse of a 6-star king? The crowd was shocked, and their scalps went numb. No wonder the purple zombie was so powerful and invulnerable. It turned out that it was the corpse of a 6-star king. A 6-star king was extremely terrifying. It was an existence that was close to becoming an almighty. Moreover, the strongest among them was only a 4-star king tier. How could it break the body of a 6-star king? Thinking of this, the crowd's faces became very ugly. In the darkness, Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the purple zombie to have such a background. The crimson dragon snorted coldly. It's nothing. It's just a zombie. It's not a real 6-star king. Both my dragon blood and your earth step treasure can break through it. Chapter 1585. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. The crimson dragon was right. The purple zombie was not a threat to them. What he needed to do now was to get the 3 subdivine crystals. Little White, it's up to you. The little white monkey nodded and started to collect the 3 subdivine crystals with its small bowl. Now that the little white monkey's strength had increased greatly and reached the king realm, it could snatch things from the king realm. However, as soon as the little white monkey started to move, the black-robed young man chuckled on the other side. He controlled the purple zombie and instantly arrived above the subdivine crystals. Then he stretched out his large purple palm and grabbed the subdivine crystals. Oh no! Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the black-robed young man to attack suddenly. Buzz! In the next moment, the little white monkey performed a technique and a subdivine crystal appeared in the shabby little bowl. The other 2 were grabbed by the purple zombie. The purple zombie swayed and returned to the black-robed young man's side. Damn it! Everyone's expression turned ugly. The black-robed young man laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! Only I deserve to have such things. Then, he took the subdivine crystals from the purple zombie's hand. However, in the next moment, his expression turned gloomy, because there were only 2 subdivine crystals in the purple zombie's hand. The third one had disappeared. How is this possible? Why did one of them disappear? The black-robed young man could not understand what had happened. However, in the next moment, he glanced around and shouted coldly, "Who dares to touch my things? Get out here!" His voice was filled with boundless killing intent. When the surrounding people heard this, they were shocked. What's going on? Did someone secretly attack? However, they did not find anything unusual. Boy, what should we do? The Crimson Dragon asked on the other side. Snatch it. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and without any hesitation. He was not satisfied with only 1 subdivine crystal. Therefore, he had to get the other 2. Let's attack together. I'll deal with the purple zombie, and you deal with the black-robed young man. Lin Xian said to the Crimson Dragon, No problem. The Crimson Dragon nodded. Ben Huang hasn't exercised for a long time. Then he let out a long howl. His sinister voice rang out. Haha, it was your grandfather who did it. Brat, hurry up and hand over the substandard divine crystal. Otherwise, Ben Huang will tear you apart. This voice was like a ghost's howl, but it was also like a wolf's howl, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The next moment, the figure of the Crimson Dragon appeared. Lin Xian also appeared in the void. What? There's someone else beside him. Seeing this scene, the crowd was astonished. They had not noticed the other party's existence at all. Thinking of this, they were shocked. When the black-robed youth saw Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, his face immediately turned gloomy. Damn it, it's you again! You dare to appear in front of me? I've said it before. This time, I will definitely kill the 2 of you and refine you into my mummies. The black-robed youth's voice was extremely sinister. Then, with a furious roar, he charged towards Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Attack! Lin Xian also shouted coldly. Then he and the Crimson Dragon flew forward together. Lin Xian faced the purple zombie, while the Crimson Dragon charged towards the black-robed youth. Soon, the black-robed youth and the Crimson Dragon were engaged in a battle. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian faced the purple zombie. He waved his hand and blasted forward with shocking power. The purple zombie emitted a purple mist from its body, forming a purple light. Then, the purple zombie let out a deep roar. It sounded like the roar of a devil from hell, which made people's hair stand on end. His gray eyes emitted a terrifying light. It was eerie and extremely terrifying. Whoosh! The purple zombie moved like a bolt of lightning, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. It charged towards Lin Xian quickly. Then it struck out with both of its palms and collided with Lin Xian's energy. The explosion sounded as if it was going to tear the starry sky apart. At the same time, the surrounding space shook violently. This exchange of blows caused everyone's eyes to widen in shock. A trace of fear appeared on their faces as they continuously retreated. So powerful, they can actually contend with the black-robed youth and the purple zombie? Who are they? The surrounding warriors were shocked when they saw this scene. Even the disciples of the Golden Light sect and the Moon worshipping cult could not believe it. They had experienced the strength of the black-robed youth and the purple zombie. They could easily kill them. Now, there was someone who could fight them to a standstill. This was too shocking. Damn it. How is this possible? The black-robed youth was also shocked. He did not expect that there would be someone who could contend with him and his purple zombie. But soon he calmed down. He was very confident in his and the purple zombie's strength. He believed that it would not be long before he could kill them. On the other side, Lin Xian let out a long roar. He clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 Serenity demonic sword. The pitch-black sword light soared into the sky with a biting, cold, murderous aura. It was going to shatter the entire sky. At this moment, the surrounding people's faces changed. What a terrifying sword chi. Who is this kid? Could he be a disciple of a sword sect? Exclamations came one after another. Lin Xian held the 9 Serenity demonic sword in his hand. His entire body was extremely powerful. He struck out with his sword. The terrifying black sword light flew rapidly in the air as if it could tear the entire sky apart. Clang! The sword slashed directly at the purple zombie. It immediately cut through the fog around it and slammed into its body. With a bang, the purple zombie was sent flying. It smashed 3 mountains in a row before it stopped. Not only that, there was a sword mark on its body. Although it was not deep, it was very obvious. What? He hurt the purple zombie? How is this possible? The surrounding martial artists exclaimed, especially the disciples of the Golden Sword sect and the moon-worshipping cult. They even widened their eyes in disbelief. He had personally experienced the strength of the purple zombie. Even if they attacked it with their full strength, they could not break through its defense. Moreover, they also knew that the purple zombie was made from the corpse of a 6-star prince. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. As 4-star kings, they could not break through at all. But now, someone had hurt the purple zombie. And the other party's cultivation? Thinking of this, they hurriedly looked over. Then their minds went blank. They were stunned. The other party was only a 2-star king. How was this possible? Impossible. On the other side, the black-robed youth was also shocked. His face was extremely ugly. Chapter 1586. He could feel that his purple zombie was injured, but he refused to believe that his opponent could hurt his purple zombie even if he was beaten to death. Damn this guy! How did he do it? Is it because of the sword in his hand? The black-robed youth had an extraordinary background and was even more knowledgeable. He naturally recognized that the sword in Lin Xian's hand was extraordinary and made his hair stand on end. Earth-rank artifact. Damn it, you actually have an Earth-rank artifact. His voice was ferocious, and his eyes shone with a terrifying light of greed. There was nothing he could do about it. Earth-class artifacts were not something that could be found on the continent, even in this true spirit token world. Not everyone in the eastern wasteland could own one. At least, no one here had one. Ha ha ha! God is helping me. I didn't expect to find an Earth-rank artifact on top of a supreme-grade, subdivine crystal. Kid, I have to say, you're really a treasure hunter. This Earth-rank artifact is mine. With that, he let out a ferocious laugh. Like a bolt of lightning, he abandoned the dark red divine dragon and charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, he waved the wooden stick in his hand, sending out black lights that were like a black scythe of death. Clang! 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 Lin Xian waved the 9 Serenity demonic sword and cut all the attacks apart. At the same time, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was extremely shocked. Earth-rank artifact. He's actually using an Earth-rank artifact. No wonder he's so powerful. No wonder he could hurt the purple zombie. It's the power of an Earth-rank artifact. Who is he? Why does he have an Earth-rank artifact? And it doesn't look like an ordinary one. Who cares who he is? Since we've met him, there's no reason for us not to attack. The Golden Light, Sex warriors sneered. That's right. He's just a 2-star king. How can he have such a treasure? Ridiculous. Only our moon-worshipping cult deserves such a treasure. On the other side, the moon-worshipping cult's disciples were also shocked. In the next moment, they actually stood up together and flew towards Lin Xian. From the looks of it, they wanted to kill Lin Xian and seize the Earth-step treasure. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Immediately, he waved his demonic sword, and 8-sword chi slashed downward. He didn't hold back at all in this sword strike. Since the other party dared to have designs on him, then he naturally had to pay the price. Pung pung pung. 8 streaks of sword chi, carrying a sharp light and monstrous killing intent, ruthlessly bombarded the bodies of the disciples of the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult. Immediately they were sent flying, and blood dyed the ground red. What? So strong! Seeing this scene, the people who came later all stopped in their tracks, their expressions uncertain. They had originally wanted to seize the other party's Earthstep treasure, but now it seemed that it would be difficult to do so. The other party's strength was beyond their expectations. To be able to send 8 experts flying in an instant was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Therefore, for a moment, no one dared to step forward. However, they did not give up. Humph, let the kid hold on for a while. When he and the black-robed man are both injured, then we'll make our move. Good idea, let's do that. At this time, the black-robed man in the sky also revealed a hideous smile. He raised his hands and continuously struck the wooden stick in his hand. Suddenly, a very strange sound was heard. It was very low and strange, and it made one's scalp tingle. However, the purple zombie let out a long roar, and a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. It was as if he had been reborn and obtained a powerful strength. Then he let out a long roar and his body swayed. Like a purple lightning bolt, he once again pounced toward Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was not flustered at all. He was very calm. Then he waved the 9 darkness demonic sword, and a terrifying sword Qi slashed forward, ruthlessly slashing forward. The sword light flashed, and it was incomparably sharp. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon also quickly made his move. Suddenly, a terrifying palm shadow appeared quickly, forming a red hurricane that spiraled in the air. Vaguely, there was the shadow of a dragon circling around. Then, the red hurricane shone with a cold light and rushed forward quickly. Bang! 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 The huge purple zombie was once again pushed back. What? How is this possible? The black-robed man's face turned ugly. He had already used a secret skill to stimulate the purple zombie's energy, but he did not expect to be pushed back. How can these two be so powerful? Brat, you forced me to do this. I'm going to kill all of you. The black-robed man's face was unusually hideous. Then he struck the wooden stick again, and a strange rhythm was heard in the air. Roar! Roar! As soon as the sound was heard, the purple zombie became even more violent. An endless aura of death was emitted from his body, and it quickly spread in all directions. At this moment he was like a demon king, and he was extremely terrifying. Not only that, the black-robed man came to the purple zombie's body again and merged with it. Suddenly, an even more terrifying energy gushed out and shrouded the entire area. The entire space seemed to have turned into azure hell. Kill! Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon did not hold back either. Both of them exploded with dazzling energy. The battle was extremely terrifying. Sword Qi soared into the sky, and the dragon's shadow roared, shaking the entire area. Countless mountains were turned into rubble. Brat, kill him quickly. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly and then dripped a drop of dragon blood. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and took the drop of dragon blood. Then he smeared it on the blade of the 9 hidden demonic sword. Suddenly, the long sword emitted a strange energy. Red and black light intertwined, causing the entire space to shake violently. How terrifying! What kind of technique is this? Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and they kept retreating. On the opposite side, the black-robed man saw this scene, and his heart beat wildly. Even the purple zombie that he was sitting on started to roar uneasily, as if it had met its natural enemy. Damn it! How is this possible? Destroy! The black-robed man roared ferociously. Heaven ferocious palm! Suddenly, the purple zombie stretched out both palms, and 2 palms that were like mountains pushed out horizontally. On the other side, Lin Xian also slashed down with his sword. This sword was extremely sharp. Moreover, it contained the power of dragon blood. The Crimson Dragon was a pure-blooded dragon. His blood was very masculine and could destroy all evil things. Coupled with the sharpness of the 9 hidden demonic sword, even if the purple zombie was refined from a 6-star king's corpse, it would not be able to resist at all. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sharp sword light fell and directly cut the 2 purple palms. Then it ruthlessly slashed at the purple zombie. Puff! The clouds rolled and the wind howled. The entire space shook violently as if it had been cut in half by the sword. What? Damn it! The black-robed man was horrified. His body swayed, and he left the purple zombie. The purple zombie also roared angrily. Then it was enveloped by the sword light and was cut in half. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe that Lin Xian had killed the purple zombie. This technique was too heaven-defying. Chapter 1587. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that Lin Fan had killed the purple zombie. This kind of method was seriously too heaven-defying. Impossible. Damn it, that's impossible. The black-robed man was sent flying. This was because he had been swept by the aftershock of the sword chi. Although he was not seriously injured, the chi and blood in his body were extremely chaotic and surging nonstop. However, he couldn't care less about that now. He was in a frenzy, because his purple zombie had been split into 2 halves. He couldn't believe it. The purple zombie was refined from the corpse of a 6-star king. It was terrifying. The black-robed man could defeat all the 4-star king realm martial artists. Even if he encountered a 5-star king, he could still put up a fight. But now, a 2-star king had actually destroyed his purple zombie. Brat, just you wait. How dare you destroy my zombie? I won't let you go. The black-robed man gritted his teeth. His face was gloomy. Then he turned to leave. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His most powerful zombie had been destroyed. You want to leave? Sure. Leave the subgrade divine crystal. Lin Xian's figure flashed and blocked his path. What? You dare to take the subgrade divine crystal? You're courting death. The black-robed man was furious. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him and take the subgrade divine crystal. The Crimson Dragon said coldly. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like that was the only way. His body emitted a sharp aura again. Rays of sword radiance surrounded him. The black-robed man's face changed. He had seen Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's power. It wouldn't be difficult for them to kill him. However, he was unwilling to hand over the subdivine crystal, just like that. Therefore, he roared and waved his hand. He summoned 6 mummies again and charged forward. As for himself, his figure flashed and he fled into the distance like a black bolt of lightning. You want to leave? The Crimson Dragon snorted. He waved his dragon claw. A huge dragon claw came crashing down. It was like a huge heaven and earth cage, sealing the entire space in an instant. Pum! The black-robed man crashed into the huge dragon claw seal and was bounced back. His face immediately became even uglier. How dare you touch me? You must be tired of living. I'm from the Chasing Corpse sect. Seeing that he could not escape, the black-robed man could only reveal his identity to threaten everyone. What? The Chasing Corpse sect is actually that sect. Damn it. Why did they come to the Eastern Wasteland? Everyone was extremely shocked, and their faces were filled with horror. This was because the Chasing Corpse sect was an extremely evil and ancient sect. No one knew how long they had existed, but they seemed to have existed since ancient times. Not only that, this sect was very strange. They would refine corpses and use them as weapons to fight. He had even transformed himself into something that was neither human nor ghost. It could be said to be very strange. Under normal circumstances, no one was willing to provoke them. However, over the years, the Chasing Corpse sect had disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought that they would never appear again. Who would have thought that they would appear again? The Crimson Dragon also frowned. However, he had already guessed it. On the other side, Lin Xian shouted coldly, "What chasing corpse sect? I've never heard of it. If you don't hand over the subdivine crystal today, don't even think about leaving." To be honest, he had indeed never heard of the chasing corpse sect. Even if he had, so what? He had the dragon sword soul. As long as he had enough energy as motivation, his future would be limitless. How could he be afraid of the chasing corpse sect? Therefore, he did not hesitate to attack with his sword. "You're courting death." The black-robed man's pupils constricted. He was extremely furious. He did not expect that after he revealed his identity, his opponent still dared to attack him. Did he not know how terrifying the chasing corpse sect was? Was he not afraid of the chasing corpse sect's revenge? However, before he could think further, the terrifying sword radiance had already slashed toward him. "You're courting death. Get lost." The black-robed man roared and attacked with his palm. Instantly, the sword radiance was shattered. However, in the next moment, an even sharper sword radiance surged out again. "Azure Dragon Break." The black dragon was mixed with red blood. At that time, the dragon blood of the Crimson Dragon was extremely powerful. In an instant, the black-robed man was engulfed. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth lost their color as the sword radiance swept across. The entire space fell into chaos. When everything disappeared, the black-robed man was no longer there. There was only a huge pit in the ground. He was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. They could not believe it. Such a terrifying black-robed man was killed with a single strike. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Although this young man was only a 2-star king, his strength had already surpassed theirs. In fact, everyone felt like running away. They no longer dared to have any thoughts about Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the 2 subdivine crystals. Then he looked around, intimidating everyone. With a cold snort, he and the Crimson Dragon turned into 2 streaks of light and disappeared in the air. After they had left for a long time, the surrounding martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. The sword radiance emitted by the other party made them feel like they were suffocating. Fortunately, the other party had left and did not attack them. Otherwise, they would definitely be in deep trouble. They might even lose their lives here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Divine Dragon and Hong moved and arrived at a safe cave. Then, he gave the Crimson Dragon a subdivine crystal. He held the remaining 2 in his hand and quickly absorbed them. He would not keep such treasures to prevent others from snatching them away. He might as well turn them into his own strength. Pure energy surged in and turned into dazzling light that surrounded him. After half a day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The spiritual energy in his body had increased significantly, but there was no breakthrough. This was normal. Lin Xian was not surprised. This was because the amount of energy he needed to break through was several times more than the previous time. 2 supreme-grade, substandard, divine crystals were not enough at all. However, the harvest this time was not small. Lin Xian's strength had increased once again. At least among the 4-star kings, he could do whatever he wanted. On the other side, the Divine Dragon and Hong had also absorbed the subdivine crystal. She felt like she had not had enough. The 2 discussed for a while and continued on their journey. This time, they flew towards the deepest part of Feng Mountain. This was because there had already been a shocking change. Someone had used a powerful technique to tear open the barrier inside, causing endless, ghostly qi to surge out. However, this change also allowed the people outside to finally be able to enter. Chapter 1588. The ghostly qi in Feng Mountain was dense. The further one went in, the more fearful it was. In the end, Lin Xian had no choice but to activate the great dragon sword soul to protect himself. The Crimson Dragon also activated its defense, and the dragon blood in its body surged. At this point, there were already many martial artists around. They were in groups of 3 or 5, or a dozen or so, forming small groups. There was almost no one who fought alone like Lin Xian. Therefore, many people kept sizing up Lin Xian. However, no one rashly made a move. That was because those who could come here were not fools. Moreover, they knew that since Lin Xian could appear here, he must have the strength to do so. They did not have extra energy to care about Lin Xian because there was another change in front of them. One of the mountain ranges was penetrated, and countless ghostly qi emerged. It was as black as ink and incomparably monstrous. Not only that, but the tens of thousands of corpses buried in the mountain range turned into zombies and ghosts under the infusion of the ghostly qi. Tens of thousands of them charged toward these martial artists. Kill! Furious roars rang out one after another. These cultivators did not hesitate and displayed their powerful strength to fight back. That was because they could not move forward without killing these ghosts. Among them, there were a few figures who were extremely powerful. Even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were shocked. The aura of these people was too powerful. The blood in their bodies rumbled and even produced the sound of thunder. So powerful. Who are they? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Almighty! The Crimson Dragon's expression was also solemn. When a martial artist reached the level of a 7-star king or above, they would be given a title which was Almighty. This kind of person was too terrifying. With a raise of their hand, they could tear mountains and rivers apart and pluck the stars and capture the moon. It was most appropriate to call them Almighty. Almighty! Hearing that, Lin Xian was shocked. He looked over and thought, is this the existence of a 7-star king or above? It's really terrifying. Just the aura emitted by those people was enough to make him shudder with fear. It seemed that this was a true peerless expert. Sure enough, the few almighties at the front harumphed coldly. Immediately, they waved their palms and numerous gigantic hands descended from the sky. In an instant, all the zombies and ghosts below were killed. As for the surrounding martial artists, they were all shocked and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also retreated to a safe place. In front of them, ghostly aura filled the sky and energy surged. Soon, a few sky-covering hands destroyed all the ghostly creatures and zombies. This was the power of a powerful being. With a raise of his hand, he was able to wipe out tens of thousands of ghosts. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Humph, you're just a mere ghost. You want to stop me? How laughable! A cold voice rang out, causing the void to tremble. It was a middle-aged man in white robes. His body was surrounded by a resplendent saber light. Who would have thought that an ancient tomb would appear in the Fengshan fan? How rare! On the other side, there was a hearty laugh. Then a monk appeared in the sky. His entire body was shining with Buddhist light. The light was so bright that it suppressed all the ghostly aura around him. Master's dermic power is getting purer and purer. The diamond prajna technique has probably been cultivated to the 7th level. Another old voice rang out. Then, an immortal-like old man appeared. He was surrounded by flames and wore a robe. He looked like an immortal. Dan Chinzi, you're here as well. The others looked over. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was shocked beyond words. Although he didn't know the old Taoist in the sky, he was very familiar with his name. Dan Chinzi was the sect master of Danzong. In other words, the old Taoist in the sky was the current sect master of Danzong, Dan Chinzi. He didn't expect that even the sect master of Danzong would come. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Kid, be careful. The Crimson Dragon reminded him. The blue wave pill appearing in Danzong might have something to do with Dan Chinzi. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, it wouldn't make sense if Dan Chinzi didn't know about such a big thing. He just didn't know if it was Dan Chinzi's doing. But no matter what, He didn't want to have anything to do with him. After that, 2 more powerful beings appeared. Now there were a total of 5 powerful beings standing in the sky, causing the void to distort and distort. One of them was a white-robed, middle-aged man surrounded by blade light. He was a powerful figure of the Golden Light sect. The monk was a powerful figure of the White Horse Temple. However, Buddhism was mainly in the Western Desert and was rare in the Eastern Wilderness. But there were still some. The White Horse Temple was one of the more famous Buddhist holy lands. Dan Chinzi was the sect master of Danzong. There was also a middle-aged woman. She was a powerful figure of the moon worshipping sect. The last one was surrounded by ghostly aura that made people's scalps tingle. Many martial artists even thought that he was a zombie or a ghost. However, he was indeed a powerful cultivator. He was a powerful figure of the Chasing Corpse sect. When this powerful figure of the Chasing Corpse sect appeared, the other powerful figures immediately frowned. This was because the Chasing Corpse sect was usually in the southern mountains, and there were almost none in the eastern wilderness. But now he had appeared. It was very strange. I didn't expect the Chasing Corpse sect to come here. What a surprise! Pu Shan, a powerful figure of the White Horse Temple, said coldly. They were Buddhists who subdued demons and devils, and they cultivated the most yang techniques. The other party obviously cultivated the Gul Dao, which was the opposite of Buddhist techniques. When the 2 of them met, their auras collided, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. Why? Can I come? Mount Fong is very suitable for our Chasing Corpse sect. The powerful figure of the Chasing Corpse sect said coldly, Your voice is like a ghost. It makes people's scalps tingle. Old bald donkey, if you dare to be disrespectful to me again, I'll refine you into a zombie. The powerful figure of the Chasing Corpse sect glared at Pu Shan and said ferociously. The Buddhist aura on the other party's body made him very uncomfortable. Refine me into a zombie? You're really boasting shamelessly. Why don't I purify you first? Pu Shan shouted coldly. His body shone brightly, and he walked in the void like a Buddha. I'm not afraid of you. The 2 of them refused to accept each other, and their auras became stronger and stronger. However, at this time, Dan Chinzi waved a sleeve and said loudly, Why are you 2 so angry? Since we're all here for the great ancient tomb, there's no need to quarrel here. Why don't we temporarily work together to break all the seals? What do you think? Okay, the middle-aged man of the Golden Light sect nodded first. Then the woman in red from the moon worshipping sect also agreed. In the end, the powerful figure of the Chasing Corpse sect and Pu Shan of the White Horse Temple snorted coldly, but they did not refuse. Chapter 1589. Although they were mighty figures with immense power, the great ancient tomb was no child's play. It was bound to be fraught with danger and countless seals. It was indeed a good idea for the 5 of them to work together temporarily. In that case, let's go. Dan, Chinzi said as he rose into the air. The other almighties followed suit. The gloomy elder from the Chasing Corpse sect frowned. He turned his head abruptly and stared at the crowd below. His gaze turned into a black saber light that pierced into the void. Oh no! In the crowd, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. His body swayed and formed a clone on the spot. Then his real body instantly hid. Poof! In the next moment, the clone was pierced and then shattered into pieces. And when the surrounding martial artists saw this, there was a burst of exclamations, extremely terrified. They did not expect the mighty figure in the sky to attack them. Damn it, what are you doing? The middle-aged man from the sect of Golden Light's expression darkened when he saw this. That was because there were many disciples from the sect of Golden Light in the direction where the mighty figure from the Chasing Corpse sect attacked. The others also looked over with unfriendly expressions. Normally, people like them wouldn't make a move against juniors. However, this mighty figure from the Chasing Corpse sect dared to attack. It was unbearable. Faced with the questioning gazes of the others, the mighty figure from the chasing corpse sect was not afraid. Among the cultivators below, I discovered someone with corpse ghost chi. He must have fought with the disciples of my chasing corpse sect. Of course, we have to kill this kind of person. Hearing this, the disciples below twitched their mouths and felt their scalps go numb. He had to be killed just because he fought with the chasing corpse sect disciples? That was too overbearing. However, Pu Shan shouted coldly, "If you dare attack again, don't blame me for not holding back and suppressing you." The middle-aged man from the sect of Golden Light and the woman in red from the moon worshipping cult also looked at him with unfriendly gazes. After all, this guy from the chasing corpse sect did not play by the rules. He was too much of a threat to the disciples of their sect. However, the mighty figure from the chasing corpse sect said coldly, "Since that person has been killed, I won't attack." "All right, let's go," Dan Chinzi said loudly. At this moment, Dan Chinzi said in a clear voice. Afterwards, the 5 of them nodded and turned into streaks of light again, flying forward. In the crowd, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he had used a clone to dodge the other party's attack. At the same time, he used a secret technique to hide his aura. At the same time, he activated the great dragon sword soul to eliminate the weak, ghostly aura on his body. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. If it weren't for his quick reflexes and the many secret techniques in his hands, he would have been killed just now. Damn chasing corpse sect. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, his gaze dark. From now on, he would be even more careful. But now he didn't have any unusual aura on his body, so the other party shouldn't be able to discover him. After that, he mixed in with the crowd of martial artists and set off forward. With 5 mighty figures paving the way, their speed was extremely fast. Even if any powerful ghosts appeared, they would be killed with a single palm strike. Furthermore, not long ago, 2 skeletal creatures over 300 meters tall had appeared. However, they had been completely crushed by the moon summoned by that woman from the moon worshipping sect. This method caused everyone to be extremely shocked once again. Lin Xian also knew that although that woman looked to be in her 30s, her true age was probably over 1,000 years old. It was probably the same for the other people. Finally, the group entered the deepest part of Feng Mountain. There, endless ghostly aura surged and turned into 4 ghostly dragons. They circled around each other and dragged a giant bronze coffin. The aura was too terrifying. One look at it would make one tremble. If it weren't for the 5 mighty figures standing in front, the surrounding martial artists would have been unable to withstand it. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon blended in with the crowd and looked forward. At this time, He Tu also exclaimed, "It's a giant bronze coffin. This ancient tomb is too strange. What is it trying to do?" Lin Xian was puzzled. What's wrong? What's wrong with the bronze coffin? At the side, the Crimson Dragon explained, normally wooden coffins are used. Very few people use metal coffins. Any coffin made of metal is extremely strange. I didn't expect that there would be such a bronze coffin in this ancient tomb. As expected, the 5 mighty figures in front frowned when they saw the scene. It's actually a bronze coffin. How surprising. The ghostly aura around it is too thick. I can't see clearly. As the few of them conversed, Pu Shan of White Horse Temple waved his hand. A Buddhist seal pushed out and tore apart the thick, ghostly aura. Immediately, the scene inside appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. Then, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the 5 mighty figures' pupils constricted and their faces turned solemn. That was because they discovered that there was a crystal the size of a millstone near the bronze coffin. It was shining brightly. At the same time, there was an extremely pure energy. Divine crystal. The mighty figures were shocked and could not believe it. After the surrounding martial artists heard it, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Divine crystal. They did not expect that crystal to be a divine crystal. Furthermore, it was such a large piece. At this moment, even He-Tu and the Crimson Dragon were extremely shocked. Divine crystals were true treasures. They were even more precious than supreme-grade, substandard divine crystals. A piece of divine crystal was equivalent to countless supreme-grade, substandard divine crystals, let alone such a large piece. The Crimson Dragon immediately became excited. If he could obtain that piece of divine crystal, he could immediately recover his cultivation and even improve it. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked when he heard about it. Then he looked ahead with a fiery gaze. He did not expect that such a peerless treasure would appear here. As for He-Tu, he directly said, "Don't even think about it. The two of you have no chance. Let's not talk about that bronze coffin first. It's definitely not that simple. Even if there are 5 mighty figures here, you won't be able to defeat them. So, don't even think about that divine crystal." Lin Xian sighed. As for the Crimson Dragon, he was also extremely unwilling. If Ben Huang was in his prime, he would have snatched it long ago. In front of them, the 5 mighty figures also had fiery gazes because they were the ones most likely to obtain the divine crystal. However, although their gazes were fiery, they did not dare to act rashly. This was because the scene was too strange. A person who had been dead for God knows how many years was being nourished with such a precious divine crystal. What is he trying to do? Does he really want to be reborn? Whose tomb is this? How could he have such a bold idea? Yeah, not only was he buried in a place like Feng Mountain, but he was also being nourished with a peerless treasure like the divine crystal. What is he trying to do? Chapter 1590. The few of them were discussing with uncertain expressions. The surrounding warriors exclaimed. Naturally, they didn't dare to have any ideas and could only watch the show. Lin Xian didn't stay idle either. He secretly performed a technique and prepared to investigate. As the successor of the Dragon Sword, he had obtained many martial arts techniques from the 4th successor of the Dragon Sword, as well as He-Tu's teachings. Therefore, the secret techniques in his hands were endless. For example, techniques that could hide one's aura so that even Almighties couldn't detect it. For example, the cloning technique and the current martial Tao Heavenly Eye. The martial Tao Heavenly Eye was also an extremely precious divine martial art. Even in those ancient families and peerless sacred grounds, it wasn't something that anyone could learn. Fortunately, He-Tu had such a technique, so Lin Xian could learn it. After secretly activating the martial Tao Heavenly Eye, Lin Xian's eyes became extremely deep, and there were even strange runes flickering. In the next moment, he looked ahead. The martial Tao Heavenly Eye was extremely magical and claimed to be able to see through everything and distinguish between falsehood and falsehood. Sure enough, Lin Xian noticed that the ghostly aura in front of him had become much dimmer. His gaze could even directly penetrate it and land on the huge bronze coffin. Not only that, Lin Xian also discovered something even more magical. That was, his gaze was directly cast over the bronze coffin, looking inside. However, what surprised him was that there wasn't a corpse inside, but a crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was crystal clear and emitted colorful light. It was just that no one noticed it inside the bronze coffin. What's going on? It's actually a double official coffin? Lin Xian was shocked. Then he transmitted what he saw to the Crimson Dragon and He-Tuesday. After the two heard it, they were also extremely shocked. This is incredible. What is this guy trying to do? A double coffin is very rare since ancient times. Could that guy really come back to life? The two were shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes widened, because he discovered something even more unbelievable. Because Lin Xian discovered that there was a blurry shadow floating towards the bronze coffin in front of him. However, he was the only one who noticed it. The people around him didn't seem to notice it at all. Even the 5 Almighties didn't notice it. What was going on? Was that a human or a ghost? Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly activated his martial Tao Heavenly Eye to take a closer look. This matter was too strange. There was actually someone who could avoid everyone without anyone noticing, including the 5 Almighties. That person floated towards the bronze coffin. What was he trying to do? Was it to seize the 5-colored crystal coffin? Or that millstone-sized divine crystal? Lin Xian didn't know, but he felt his heart beating faster. But in the next moment, when he saw that person's face, he opened his mouth wide and screamed. The reason for that was because the blurry figure before them was actually Dan Qinzi. That's right, that face was Dan Qinzi's face. It was exactly the same without any changes. At that moment, the illusory figure directly floated into the bronze coffin. It seemed like it wanted to attack the 5-colored crystal coffin. What was going on? Why was it Dan Qinzi? Lin Xian didn't dare to believe it. If that illusory figure was Dan Qinzi, then who was the figure before them? 2 Dan Qinzis? Or was it a secret technique clone? Lin Xian didn't know, but he realized that Dan Qinzi was too strange. Not only was he secretly stealing the bronze coffin, but he was also connected to the strange blue wave pill. He was definitely a dangerous person. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man in the golden door spoke. Since we've already discovered the coffin, let's do it. Open the coffin and see what treasures are inside. Hearing that, the other Almighties nodded and prepared to attack. Lin Xian paid special attention to Dan Qinzi. He realized that Dan Qinzi only nodded slightly and didn't say anything. It seemed like he wasn't as enthusiastic as before. At that moment, the White Horse Temple's Almighty Pu Shan also turned his head and spoke to the cultivators behind him. Next, we'll break the formation. I'm afraid there will be terrifying energy spilling out. You'd better back off to avoid being affected and losing your lives. Hearing that, countless cultivators quickly retreated. They didn't dare to get any closer. If even the Almighty said so, then it would definitely be extremely dangerous. In the crowd, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also retreated. However, Lin Xian's eyes became even more profound. He activated his martial Tao Heavenly Eye to the extreme. The 5 Almighties formed a line and walked forward. Then, the ghostly aura in front of them suddenly surged. A gale swept through, causing the sky and earth to change. A terrifying cold aura was emitted from the bronze coffin. It seemed to be warning the 5 Almighties. Humph! The middle-aged man in the golden door snorted coldly and attacked first. He waved his arm. Suddenly, a clanging sound was heard. A huge sword light streaked across the sky, easily cutting the entire space apart. On the other side, the woman in red from the moon, worshipping cult, also waved her hand. Suddenly, a full moon rose in the sky. It shone brightly, causing the entire space to collapse. Pu Shan shouted in a low voice. A Buddhist seal was pushed out from his palm, emitting a dazzling light. The chasing corpse sects Almighties also sneered. He waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a ball of black light rushed forward quickly. It turned into a ghost head, circulating with a cold aura. Finally, Dan Qinzi also attacked. A sky full of flames floated in the air and rushed forward. The 5 Almighties attacked. It was earth-shattering. The momentum was extremely terrifying. The entire Feng mountain range shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. The bronze coffin in front of them was completely enraged. It emitted ghostly aura and connected with the surrounding formation. It condensed into 8 ghostly dragons, roaring in all directions. At that moment, the sky and earth lost their color. Countless runes and ghostly aura shone in the air. The entire space was in turmoil. The people in the distance were shocked. Their eyelids twitched wildly. Fortunately, with Pu Shan's warning, they had retreated early and arrived at a safe place. Otherwise, just the aftermath of this energy would be enough to kill them thousands of times over. Is this the power of the Almighties? They're so powerful. Lin Xian looked at the scene. He was also excited. He could not help but clench his fists. When can I reach this level of combat power? He yearned for it. It doesn't matter. As long as you have enough energy crystals, you'll reach this level sooner or later, He too said slowly. Hearing that, Lin Xian nodded. Then he used his martial, Dao, heavenly eye again and stared ahead. At the same time, he paid close attention to the scene inside the bronze coffin. The battle outside had erupted. However, an illusory figure was still sitting cross-legged inside the bronze coffin. It seemed to be breaking the 5-colored crystal coffin. However, at that moment there was a loud boom. The entire world shook. Everyone's expression changed. They all looked over. Even Lin Xian frowned. It turned out that the formation in front of them had been broken by the 5 Almighties. They had been strong all the way. After removing all the ghostly aura, they finally arrived in front of the bronze coffin. At that moment, the 5 of them could no longer remain calm. They looked at the tall bronze coffin and the millstone-sized divine crystal in front of them. Everyone was excited. Chapter 1591. However, they knew that in order to obtain the divine crystal, they had to destroy the bronze coffin first. Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain it. Everyone, this is the last step. Let's work together to open the bronze coffin and obtain the treasure. The middle-aged man from the Golden Light sect said in a deep voice. All right. Everyone nodded. Since they had already reached this step, they naturally had to work together to open the coffin. At this moment, the Chasing Corpse sect's powerhouse sneered. Everything else is easy, but the corpse inside must be mine. Whoever dares to snatch it from me, don't blame me for not showing mercy. As a member of the Chasing Corpse sect, he was most interested in the corpse inside the coffin. There must be a peerless figure buried inside the coffin. Perhaps he was even stronger than them. If they could use the corpse to refine zombies into weapons, it would be unimaginably terrifying. Humph! Hearing this, Pu Shan snorted coldly. The others were silent, but their faces were solemn. Indeed, the corpse inside was useless to them, but they did not want the other party to obtain it. That was because they did not want to increase the strength of the Chasing Corpse sect. They would talk about this after they opened the coffin. The corpse inside might have already rotted. At this moment, the woman in red from the moon, worshipping cult, said slowly, "The 5 of us will work together to attack the bronze coffin." The attack this time was much more difficult than the previous one. The bronze coffin was covered with inscriptions. Now that it was attacked, all of them flickered and formed strange runes that filled the entire void. The 5 powerhouses displayed their powerful strength. Their bodies flickered with dazzling light that shot into the sky. This attack was enough to flatten the entire Fengshan mountain range. However, when it hit the bronze coffin, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not even cause a ripple. This scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. The 5 Almighty's expressions were also extremely solemn. Everyone, I think there's no need for us to hide our strength anymore. Let's go all out. The middle-aged man from the Golden Light sect said in a deep voice. Indeed, although the powerhouses had attacked with terrifying strength, they had not gone all out. That was because they had reserved some strength for the battle for the treasure later. However, it seemed that they would not be able to open the bronze coffin without going all out. All right, looks like this is the only way. The 5 of them prepared to go all out. Then, the 5 of them unleashed their full power. Their bodies exploded with dazzling light like 5 suns, illuminating the void. An incomparably horrifying energy burst out from the 5 of them. It was incomparably vast, like a river of stars that surged forward rapidly. This strike caused the sky to collapse. It was powerful to the extreme. However, the bronze coffin was too strange. Mysterious inscriptions gushed out, and together with the surrounding divine crystals providing energy, it emitted an even more resplendent radiance to resist. After the energy explosion, there was nothing in front of them. No one could see anything clearly. They could only use their soul force to capture a trace of its trajectory. As for Lin Xian, he activated his martial Tao Heavenly Eye and observed carefully. While the people outside were fighting ferociously, the illusory figure inside the bronze coffin did not stop. His fingers slid, forming a series of special trajectories, and slapped the 5-colored crystal coffin. At this moment, Lin Xian felt a strange sensation. He saw strange runes fly out from the 5-colored crystal coffin, floating in the air. Then it disappeared. However, the illusory figure did not seem to notice the scene at all, and the surrounding people did not notice it either. Could it be that I'm the only one who saw it again? Lin Xian was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. Although he did not know what those strange runes represented, he could feel that they contained powerful energy. Remember it. At this moment, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and activated his martial Tao Heavenly Eye to the extreme. He used his heart to remember those flickering runes in his mind. At this moment, Lin Xian's mind was empty, and he forgot everything around him. There was only one flickering rune in his eyes, and all of this was only seen by him. The surrounding people, including the 5 mighty figures and the mysterious illusory figure in the bronze coffin, did not see it. However, when the last rune flickered and disappeared in the sky, the 5-colored crystal coffin suddenly trembled. Then the bronze coffin slowly opened, and endless ghost chi rushed out, and the 5-layered crystal coffin flew out from inside. What? There's another one. And it's a 5-colored crystal coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the 5 Almighties were stunned. They did not expect that there was not a corpse in the coffin, but another crystal coffin. What the hell is going on? They could not understand at all. At this moment, Dan Chenzi's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with endless anger. He snorted coldly, and the illusory figure in the bronze coffin quickly disappeared, turning into a wisp of green smoke and returning to his body. Then he no longer cared about anything else. He reached out a hand and grabbed in front of him. That's right, the illusory figure from before was released by him. He hid it from the other 4 mighty figures and secretly peeked at the 5-colored crystal coffin, wanting to know the secrets inside. But he did not expect that the 5-colored crystal coffin would fly out by itself. This made him extremely shocked and at the same time infuriated, because if he had a little more time, he might have been able to open the coffin and obtain the secrets inside. But now all of that was gone. Therefore, he had to make a move and obtain the 5-colored crystal coffin before anyone else. Dan Chenzi's move was so sudden that the 4 mighty figures could not react in time. But the 5-colored crystal coffin flickered with light, and then, like a shocking rainbow, it turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky with the divine crystal. Boom! The void in front of him exploded, and the 5-colored crystal coffin quickly dodged. Humph! Where do you think you're going? Dan Chenzi roared angrily, and then with a flash of his body, he turned into a ray of white light and instantly rushed over. He would not let the 5-colored crystal coffin go. The other 4 were also stunned. But soon, they came back to their senses, and their bodies flickered as they chased after Dan Chenzi. In an instant, the 5 mighty figures disappeared into the sky. Only the martial artists on the ground were left behind, extremely shocked. Lin Xian was also astonished. He had never expected something like this to happen. It must have something to do with the runes he obtained. What exactly are these strange runes? Did Dan Chenzi think of them too? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. However, now was not the time to think about these things. He would ask He too after he left. The most important thing now was to leave this place. However, just as he was about to call the Crimson Dragon to leave, the situation changed again. Chapter 1592. Lin Xian was about to ask the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey to leave when there was another change in front of them. In the bronze coffin, other than the colorful crystal coffin, there were countless treasures. After the coffin was opened, they were carried out by the ghostly aura and scattered in all directions. Look, treasures have fallen. Let's go and grab them. Ha ha ha. We're rich. Amazing treasures. We must grab more. Frenzied voices could be heard. The surrounding martial artists had all gone crazy. Their bodies swayed and they rushed in all directions. Kid, this is a good chance. Grab them quickly. The Crimson Dragon was also crazy. He used a secret technique and split into 8 dragon shadows. They rushed in all directions to grab the treasures that had fallen. The Snow White Monkey was also hugging a small shabby bowl and collecting the treasures. Lin Xian also took action, but he only collected the treasures around him. He did not grab the treasures that were further away. He did not want to attract too much attention. Although these treasures were good, they were far inferior to the strange runes that he had obtained. Those were runes that even the 5 Almighties could not obtain, but he had obtained them. Therefore, he only wanted to return to a safe place. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey, asking them to stop and leave this place quickly. The Crimson Dragon naturally knew that a tall tree would attract the wind. Therefore, he did his best to grab the treasures and was ready to leave. The group of people moved and quickly flew outside. However, at this moment, the void fluctuated and a cold light condensed and slashed at them. Suddenly, the place where Lin Xian was standing was penetrated and a bottomless black hole appeared. Damn it! Someone is attacking us! Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He did not expect to be targeted. The Crimson Dragon was also mad. Damn it! Who is it? Come out! How dare you attack Ben Huang? Ben Huang will tear you apart. He was too angry that someone dared to attack him. How audacious! Even the Snow White Monkey was waving its paws in anger. It was very dissatisfied. A figure appeared in the sky. His entire body was wrapped in light, making it impossible to see whether he was real or fake. However, that pair of ice-cold eyes were like the edge of a blade, causing people's hearts to turn cold. Who are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you hand over everything and I can spare you. Otherwise, you'll have to stay on Foam Mountain as ghosts. Humph, what shameless boasting. The Crimson Dragon was furious. With a wave of its claw, a dragon shadow roared and rushed upward. Netherworld finger. That person flicked his finger, and a black finger light quickly flew downwards. There were a total of 5 finger lights. Each of them was incomparably black and had a terrifying aura flowing around them. Spurt! Spurt! 5 pitch-black finger lights, like divine swords of the netherworld, quickly pierced through the dragon's shadow. It's useless. You can't escape. Just hand over everything obediently. That person said, coldly. Many surrounding cultivators also saw this scene and immediately whispered to each other. That must be Lu Tianyi from the Golden Light sect. Yes, it's him. I didn't expect him to make a move. He's a late-stage 4-star king. Among the 4-star kings, almost no one is his match. Who are those people? They're actually targeted by Lu Tianyi. I'm afraid they're doomed this time. Everyone was discussing. Golden Light sect? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked up. You really want to make a move? His eyes flickered as the great dragon, sword soul in his body, circulated. Of course, the supreme grade, subdivine crystal isn't something you can have. Hand it over. Lu Tianyi said slowly with great confidence in his eyes. He had long had his eyes on Lin Xian because he had heard from his junior brother that Lin Xian had 2 supreme grade, subdivine crystals. Therefore, he attacked Lin Xian. So, you're actually after the supreme grade, subdivine crystals. In that case, I can't let you live. Lin Xian's voice was cold as light bloomed in his eyes. I'm in a hurry, so I can only deal with you quickly. Humph, shameless boasting. You want to deal with me? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Above, Lu Tianyi revealed a trace of disdain. Then he waved his finger again, and 5 nether fingers flew out quickly. Every finger was as black as ink and flickered with cold light as they pierced through the void. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly as he clenched his fists and punched out. The resplendent fist was like the sun, and terrifying waves of air rolled as it directly shattered all the nether fingers. In the next moment, Lin Xian struck out with the 9 darkness demonic sword, and his entire person was swift and fierce to the extreme. On the demonic sword, black sword light circulated rapidly, and sword chi flickered as it slashed through the void. So powerful. Who is he? The surrounding cultivators were shocked and retreated one after another. They originally thought that Lin Xian and the others were dead for sure, but now it seemed that it wasn't necessarily the case. The aura he displayed was too powerful. It shocked them to the core. Especially that demonic sword was too terrifying. Earth-grade artifact. Very good, it's also mine. Above, Lu Tianyi nodded with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand and took out a golden seal. Boom! Endless thunder resounded, surrounding the surroundings. The surroundings were surrounded by multicolored light, like a resplendent sun. It was more like a golden sword light that slashed towards Lin Xian. F***CK, that's the golden light seal. Seeing the golden light seal, many people were shocked, and their scalps went numb. The golden light seal was an ultimate technique of the golden light sect. It was extremely powerful and was extremely domineering, terrifying to the extreme. With this golden light seal, Lu Tianyi should be able to contend with a 5-star king. That's for sure. I'm afraid those people are going to be unlucky. Everyone discussed animatedly. One could imagine how terrifying the golden light seal was. Above, Lu Tianyi held the golden light seal in one hand. His entire person was like a god of war as he pressed down with the golden seal. Boom! Boundless golden light shone as the golden seal covered the sky. It was like a golden mountain that came crashing down. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Lin Xian was fearless. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, and the aura on his body was extremely sharp. Then he waved his arm and slashed out. Azure Dragon Break. Boom! The monstrous sword light turned into a black dragon and rushed out, causing the entire void to rumble. In the next moment, the two collided and a terrifying light burst out. The heavens and earth shook and the void shattered. The terrifying shockwave blasted all the surrounding martial artists away. The golden light that filled the sky was split apart by the sword. It was like a golden wave that slapped to both sides. Not only that, the golden mountain formed by the golden light seal was pierced through, and a transparent black hole appeared. Clang! The black dragon roared and collided with the golden light seal, immediately pushing Lu Tianyi back. He was pushed back. That's impossible. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. They did not expect that the incomparably powerful Lu Tianyi would be pushed back. Who was that young man? How could he be so powerful? Chapter 1593. In the sky, Lu Tianyi was also extremely shocked, but soon after, a smile appeared on his face. As expected of an Earth-grade artifact, it's indeed powerful. This sword, I want it. With a loud laugh, he once again brought the golden light seal and charged over. As for Lin Xian, he waved the 9 hell demon sword and used the dragon's sword domain at the same time. Tens of thousands of sword chi turned into a rain of light and shot over. Clang! After dozens of moves, Lu Tianyi was sent flying again. This time his expression was incomparably ugly. That was because the golden light seal in his hand had actually cracked, crisscrossing through it. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief. The incomparably powerful golden light seal had actually shattered. Lu Tiany's expression was also cold. He was very confident in his golden light seal, and even a 5-star king might not be able to shatter it. But now, a 2-star king could shatter it. This was truly unbelievable. Kid, I will make you pay a painful price. Lu Tiany's expression was ferocious, and his voice carried a biting, cold, killing intent. The one who will pay the price is you. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he quickly charged over. His time was limited, and he had to end the battle quickly. Golden light illuminates heaven and earth. Seeing the other party charge over, Lu Tiany's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and immediately the sky was filled with golden light, forming a golden sea that quickly swept forward. This was also a unique skill. Each of the golden waves was like a divine sword, sharp to the extreme. Even a 4-star king would vomit blood if they were hit. Not to mention, the other party was only a 2-star king. In his opinion, the other party was only relying on an Earth-grade artifact to have powerful combat strength. His own cultivation strength was probably not enough. As long as his sword Qi swept over the other party, he would definitely be able to take the other party's life. The sky was filled with golden light, emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if the sun was shining in all directions. This light caused the people in the distance to retreat again, fearing that they would be affected. Lin Xian coldly snorted as he waved the 9-hell demon sword and used the underworld crescent moon break, directly tearing apart the void. A spatial crack appeared, like a giant abyss beast that connected to hell. Immediately, the golden light in the sky was completely swallowed by the black hole. What? They actually disappeared in an instant. How did he do it? In the distance, everyone was shocked, their skin going numb. Such a terrifying golden light was not something a 4-star king realm could block. However, Lin Xian had actually swallowed that golden light in an instant. What kind of technique is this? It's too terrifying. Even Lu Tiany's pupils abruptly shrank and his expression changed. The other party's methods were simply too bizarre. Even he found it hard to accept. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Because in the next moment, Lin Xian directly used the dragon's sword domain and charged over. Countless sword qi swept across the world, causing the entire space to shake violently. Lin Xian executed dragon, sword domain, and directly sealed Lu Tiany in the void. Then he used the 9-hell demonic sword and slashed forward. Boom! With a heaven-shaking strike, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Lu Tiany was directly sent flying while vomiting blood. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that Lu Tiany would actually lose. Lu Tiany's pupils also abruptly shrank in disbelief. He had the cultivation of a late-stage 4-star king realm, while the other party was only a 2-star king realm. The difference between the two could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. However, the other party was actually able to injure him. This was simply too unbelievable. With a furious roar, golden light bloomed from his body and then formed a golden long blade that quickly slashed over. Lin Xian directly used bright moon still water. Countless sword qi formed a mirror and reflected the terrifying attack back. Then he activated the dragon, sword domain to the extreme. Every sword light contained the great dragon, sword soul. The terrifying sword qi pierced through heaven and earth and directly pierced through the other party. Puff! Lu Tiany was pierced through by the sword qi and blood spurted out. His eyes widened in disbelief. He never thought that a 2nd-grade king realm could actually kill him. Impossible. After spitting out a few words with difficulty, Lu Tiany's body completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. Who else dares to stop me? Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and looked around disdainfully. Everyone fell silent and retreated, not daring to look directly at him. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's strength was too strong. Now, No one dared to have any thoughts about Lin Xian. With a cold shout, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's figures flashed and turned into a shocking rainbow as they left the place. One day later, they left Foam Mountain. However, they did not return to the sect. Instead, they stayed in a nearby city for 2 days. This was because Lin Xian wanted to find out more information. He wanted to know what happened to the 5 Almighties who were searching for the 5-colored crystal coffin. Sure enough, the city near Foam Mountain was talking about what happened that day. Among them, the most talked about was the 5 Almighties and the mysterious 5-colored crystal coffin. I wonder what's in the 5-colored crystal coffin that could make the 5 Almighties so interested. I heard that the 5 Almighties finally stopped the 5-colored crystal coffin. After a great battle, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was very terrifying. What? There's such a thing? What happened in the end? Everyone asked. However, the warriors sighed softly. They didn't succeed. The 5-colored crystal coffin is too mysterious. I heard that it tore through the void and disappeared. What? Disappeared? How was that possible? The 5 Almighties couldn't subdue it, even together? When the crowd heard this, they were extremely shocked. They were simply too shocked. One had to know that this was an almighty being, an existence that could tear apart mountains and rivers. However, the 5 of them could not subdue the crystal coffin even though they worked together? That was too shocking. After hearing that, Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. However, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Dan Chenzi did not obtain the 5-colored crystal coffin, and neither did the others. In that case, he should be the only one who had the mysterious rune. However, he was curious about what was in the 5-colored crystal coffin. Why did it have such a strange rune? He thought for a long time, but could not figure it out. However, he did not stay there for long. After getting the information he wanted, Lin Xian returned to the sect. After another 3 days, the 2 of them returned to Danzong. Lin Xian flew directly back to his mountain peak. Then he raised his hand and set up a formation to isolate himself from the outside world. Now he had to be extra careful in Danzong. Other than not eating the blue wave pill, he had to be careful in everything else. That was because the sect master of Danzong was too strange. He had to be careful. After setting up a safe defensive formation, Lin Xian summoned He Tu and the Crimson Dragon. Then he recounted what he had seen earlier. The 2 of them were shocked when they heard that. They did not expect there to be such a secret. Rune. What rune? Why don't you use it? The Crimson Dragon asked. Chapter 1594. Then, Lin Xian used his spiritual energy to condense the runes that he had obtained. Suddenly, the tadpole-like runes floated in the sky. This is Primordial Immortal Rune. The Crimson Dragon screamed. What primordial immortal rune? What's that? Lin Xian was puzzled. It's something incredible. He Tu explained. It's a type of primordial rune. It's very ancient. No one knows its origin. Legend has it that it appeared with the ancestors of mankind. This type of rune is even called a mortal rune. What's the use of it? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect these runes to have such an ancient identity. Anything that was recorded by immortal runes was extremely incredible or a cultivation technique. Kid, I have to say that your luck is too good. He Tu sighed. Even the 4th generation successor didn't have such an opportunity. He was indeed quite regretful because the 4th generation successor of the dragon sword was brilliant and dazzling. However, he was too young and did not have the time to search for some ancient ruins. Otherwise, if he could live until now, he would definitely have found a lot of immortal runes. Of course, he placed all his hopes on Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian was strong, He Tu would be happy. But what are these runes? I don't know. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Indeed, it was like a beautiful woman standing in front of you. She was attractive, but you couldn't catch her. However, At this moment, the runes in the sky turned into tadpoles and danced in the air. Then they entered Lin Xian's mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Xian's mind shook. Then he opened his eyes wide in disbelief, because these runes changed in his mind and formed words that he was familiar with. Finally, a cultivation technique with only 100 words appeared in front of him. This is... Lin Xian opened his eyes wide and read carefully. Then he took a deep breath. This was an extremely ancient movement technique known as the Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps. No one could surpass it within 8 steps. Since they had a cultivation technique, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon cultivated diligently and tried to master this movement technique as soon as possible. At the same time, Fengshan once again welcomed 2 uninvited guests. At this moment, the ghostly aura in Feng Mountain was extremely terrifying. However, most of the warriors had already retreated. Moreover, without the protection of the 5 Almighties, Feng Mountain had become an extremely dangerous place. But now, 2 figures tore through the void and arrived at the depths of Feng Mountain. The bronze coffin was broken open. Must be gone. The one who spoke was a youth with a handsome face. His gaze was deep and carried incomparably mysterious symbols. Yes, not only is the crystal coffin is gone, it is also missing the divine crystal. Another deep voice sounded. It was a middle-aged man with a tall figure. His face was even covered with metal-like scales. Behind his back, there was a long black saber that was as tall as a man. It shone with a cold light. The 2 of them stood in the void and looked ahead. Their red robes were fluttering in the wind. There was a black lotus embroidered on the red robes. It was blooming beautifully as if it was real. A red robe with a black lotus. If Lin Xian were here to see this, he would definitely cry out in shock. This was the sign that his father had warned him to be careful. Who would have thought that it would appear here? Of course, Lin Xian was unaware of all this. Since the thing is gone, let's go. The handsome young man said calmly. Then the runes in his eyes disappeared and he returned to normal. The tall middle-aged man behind him nodded slightly. Then the 2 of them swayed and disappeared into the void. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During these days, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already mastered the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Now their speed had reached the extreme. Even the Almighties might not be faster than them. If others knew about this, their jaws would definitely drop. The Almighties were peerless figures in everyone's eyes. And Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's speed had reached that level? It was unbelievable. Even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were shocked. It was indeed a cultivation technique recorded in the primordial immortal language. It was too powerful. A few days later, the sect began to distribute the blue wave pills. Lin Xian also received one. However, when the people from the sect left, he destroyed the blue wave pills. Because he now knew that this was definitely not a spiritual medicine, but a vicious poison. Once the blue wave pills were contaminated, it would become addictive. Even a 4-star king would not be able to resist it. One could imagine that the entire upper echelon and core disciples of Danzong were now under the control of the person who had poisoned them. If one day the person who had poisoned them no longer provided them with the blue wave pills, the entire Danzong would probably go crazy. Moreover, this was not the only potential danger. If that person wanted to order the core disciples and upper echelon to do something, he only needed to threaten to stop the distribution of the blue wave pills. No one would be able to stand it. Who was the one who did it? What was that person trying to do? What was he trying to do with the entire Danzong? Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart when he thought of this. He was now certain that the murder of the Niwa of Gojoseon was inextricably linked to this matter. Back then, it was because the Niwa of Gojoseon had discovered this secret that he had been hunted down. However, this was something that had happened hundreds of years ago. The fact that the blue wave pills were still being distributed meant that the person who had done this must be a very powerful upper echelon of Danzong. Otherwise, this matter would not have lasted for hundreds of years. Therefore, Lin Xian locked his suspicions on Dan Chenzi. However, even if he knew the truth, there was nothing he could do. Right now, he was no match for Dan Chenzi. Dan Chenzi was already an almighty, and he was not sure how many stars he had reached. In short, he was far more powerful than him. The only thing he could do now was to increase his strength as much as possible. A few days later, the sect's mission came. This was a compulsory mission for core disciples. No one could shirk from it, or else the blue wave pills would be stopped. Although Lin Xian didn't consume this type of medicinal pill, he naturally had to accept the mission in order to not arouse suspicion. His mission was simple. He had to investigate a person. The time limit was 1 month. Lin Xian did not know what mission the others had received. Because of the sect's rules, core disciples were not allowed to ask each other. If they revealed their mission, it would be a violation of the sect's rules. Therefore, Lin Xian did not ask. However, it seemed that his mission would not be too difficult. It seemed that he could only complete this mission first. Chapter 1595. The Eastern Wilderness was so big that it was unimaginable. One of the countries might even surpass the former Tianwu continent in terms of territory. The place that Lin Xian was going to carry out the mission this time was very far from the alchemy sect. Danzong was in the southern part of the eastern continent, and he was going to the eastern part of the eastern continent. If he had to fly there, it would probably take him 8 to 10 years. However, Danzong would definitely not let Lin Xian fly there. Instead, they would activate the teleportation formation and send him there. This teleportation formation was very mysterious. It could easily send someone from the southern part of the continent to the eastern part. There were even some terrifying teleportation formations that could teleport people between continents. For example, from the eastern wilderness to the western desert. However, this kind of teleportation formation was too terrifying. It required a lot of energy. Therefore, only peerless sacred grounds and remote antiquity families could use it. Lin Xian looked at the huge formation in front of him. He was shocked. The aura that rushed towards him made his body churn. The Crimson Dragon said, "Kid, do you see that? That's a super teleportation formation. It will open the gate and let us travel through time." After a simple explanation, Lin Xian understood. Then he and the other core disciples stood on the teleportation formation. Chu Yu was there too. However, the two of them received different missions. In the next moment, the teleportation formation shone, and all the core disciples were teleported out. The eastern part of the eastern wilderness. The continuous mountains were majestic and majestic. Below them were ancient trees that reached the sky. It was very magnificent. This kind of scenery could not be seen in the Tianwu continent. At this moment, above the primitive forest, the space suddenly opened. It was as if it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. Then a figure came out from it. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. After using the sect's teleportation formation, he directly arrived at the eastern part of the continent. However, as soon as he came out, he felt dizzy. Even the spiritual energy in his body was a little chaotic. This was normal. This was the after effect of teleportation. However, he quickly used the longevity art and returned to normal. Then the Crimson Dragon's body shook and came out of Lin Xian's sleeve. The two of them looked around, as if trying to confirm something. Soon, Lin Xian took out a map and carefully compared it to confirm his location. Almost there. They were already very close to their target location. They would probably reach their destination in a few days. His mission this time was to investigate a person, and this person was a youth, only 15 years old, named Hongyu. It is said that he will attend a stone gambling convention in the east. As for the specifics, Lin Xian didn't know. However, the sect's request for him was to record all of Hongyu's actions during the entire stone gambling event. Furthermore, he was able to detect Hongyu's cultivation and talent. To be honest, Lin Xian was very confused about this mission. He didn't understand why the sect wanted to investigate a youth. However, after coming into contact with the other party, he should be able to find some clues. Lin Xian finally arrived at his destination, the ancient city of Hanyang. This was an ancient city. It was extremely majestic, and many experts could be seen coming and going. Since the stone gambling event was held in the ancient city of Hanyang, the number of warriors in the city had increased rapidly. It was a lively scene. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon paid the entrance fee and entered the ancient city of Hanyang. They were immediately infected by the lively scene inside. There were hawkers everywhere, and it was extremely lively. Even on both sides of the road, there were many warriors setting up stalls. Treasures dug out from the ancient cave mansion. I'll sell it at a big discount for only 100 times. Mysterious treasure map. You can obtain the ancient inheritance. Come quickly if you are fated. I have ancient cultivation methods. Young man, since you are fated, why don't you choose one? Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh when he heard the voices. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked and looked around. They found many good things, and they didn't hesitate to buy them. Lin Xian bought a lot of elixirs to refine elixirs in the future, and the Crimson Dragon bought some materials to make an array. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation in front of them, as if someone had found something. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were curious, and they walked forward. Sure enough, there was a stall on the side of the street. The table was very strange. There were only some stones of different sizes on it. Some were even covered with moss, and some were full of cracks. They looked like gravel rolling down from a mountain peak. Next to it, there was a sign that said, 500 divine gems for a stone gambling. At this moment, there were many people watching, but not many people made a move. Some people even sneered. Was this guy crazy? He actually sold a piece of broken stone for 500 divine crystals? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Along the way, He-Tu told him a lot about stone gambling. This kind of stone gambling was very popular in the true spirit world. The origin of those stones was mysterious, and some were even taken from the forbidden zone of life. However, these stones looked like ordinary stones, but they contained rare treasures. Some might contain divine gems, and some might even contain divine gems, or other ancient treasures, which were very exciting. Of course, before they were opened, no one knew what was inside. And because of this stone gambling, there was even a profession called Seeker Spirit Master. These Seeker Spirit Masters had special methods to investigate the situation inside stone gambling. It could be said that the treasures they opened were much more likely to be found than ordinary martial artists. Of course, as for what kind of treasure one could open, it depended on one's cultivation. But generally speaking, every Seeker Spirit Master was an incomparably precious existence. Some terrifying sky Spirit Masters could even find spirit vein, divine gems in the mountains and swamps. These people would be invited and entertained by ancient families and peerless sacred grounds. It was easy to imagine how terrifying these people were. Lin Xian asked He-Tu in detail. These Seeker Spirit Masters mostly had special eye techniques, or were born with special eyes that could see through illusions and search for spirit vein divine gems. Lin Xian was cultivating the martial Tao Heavenly Eye, which could be said to be a very special eye technique. Therefore, he was very interested in stone gambling. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian smiled, and then the two walked forward. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a 4-star king cultivation base. At this moment, there were many people gathered around the stall, but no one bought anything. This was because these stones were too different from the stone gambling that they had seen before. They even suspected that these stones were fake. Ordinary stones were used to fool people. However, Lin Xian felt that these stones seemed to contain a special energy that was different from others. Therefore, he decided to give it a try. Previously, he had killed many experts and taken their storage rings. So Lin Xian had a lot of divine gems. Spending 500 divine gems to buy a stone was something he could afford. Chapter 1596. Fellow cultivator, I'll choose a stone. Lin Xian threw out a bag containing 500 secondary divine gems. Sure, go ahead. The middle-aged man took the bag and said with a smile. What? Someone actually bought it? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Yeah, this guy must be crazy. These stones look fake. How dare he buy them? Is he a seeker spirit master? A seeker spirit master? I don't think so. Maybe he's just a hothead who doesn't know what stone gambling is like. Everyone discussed and shook their heads. They felt that they had been cheated by buying these stones. The Crimson Dragon was also a little worried. To be honest, even he couldn't understand stone gambling, because those stones had extraordinary origins and contained strange energy. Ordinary methods couldn't see through them at all. Some stones that looked very strong turned out to be empty after being cut. There were even some stone gambling experts who lost their entire family fortune in a single night. And Lin Xian was just a young boy who had never gambled on stones before. Could he do it? The Crimson Dragon wasn't sure. Forget it. Let him try. 500 divine gems isn't too much. If he doesn't get anything this time, I'll stop him from doing it next time. The Crimson Dragon made up his mind. Lin Xian smiled. After paying the 500 divine gems, he didn't choose immediately. Instead, he secretly activated his martial path, Heavenly Eye. Suddenly, his eyes became deep. But this time he controlled it well and didn't show any obvious runes, because he didn't want to alarm those people and cause unnecessary trouble. The martial path Heavenly Eye was a powerful divine power. Even in the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds, few people knew how to use it. And Lin Xian was very talented. He learned this divine power and even practiced it to a certain level. At this moment, the stones in front of him became hazy under the martial path, Heavenly Eye. Suddenly, he turned his eyes and stared at one. This is it. Lin Xian nodded slightly and picked up a football-sized stone. Then he cut the stone with his fingers like a knife. Damn, so casual? Everyone was stunned. Originally, when they saw the other party's confident appearance, they thought that the other party was a seeker, spirit master. However, who would actually choose a stone? This was too careless. These people shook their heads. They realized that this method was completely different from the method of the seeker spirit master. Even a real seeker spirit master would have to ponder for a long time before he could be sure. And now, this young man was probably certain in just a few seconds. It must have been a random choice. On top of that, the crowd's mouths twitched upon seeing the other party's method of cutting the stone. A real seeker spirit master would use a special knife to carefully cut, for fear of destroying the things inside. Yet, the young man before him was actually using his finger to cut it open without any particular technique. Could it be that he's not afraid that there's really a treasure inside and he'll break it? At this moment, everyone was sure that the kid in front of them was definitely not a spirit-seeking stone, but a hothead. Sai, with his methods, I reckon that even if there are treasures inside, they will be destroyed. What treasure? He just randomly chose it. It would be strange if there was a treasure. Everyone shook their heads, but they did not leave. They did not want to stay and watch the show. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Under the martial Tao celestial eye, he had already seen what was inside. At this moment, his palms seemed to be careless, but the treasure inside was not damaged at all. His fingers were like knives as he quickly waved them. Soon, the stone that was the size of a football became the size of a fist. It seems that there's really nothing inside. Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Some even sneered. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Even their mouths were wide open in disbelief. That was because Lin Xian had cut down again. As a result, a bright light was emitted from the stone. It was like the sun, illuminating the entire sky. What a powerful light! There must be a treasure inside. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect that the other party would really cut out a treasure. Damn, who is this kid? He's too lucky. That's right. He randomly chose a treasure and found it? That's too heaven-defying. Looking at the light, I'm afraid it's definitely not an ordinary item. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Then everyone widened their eyes and stared at the stone in Lin Xian's hand. Even the Crimson Dragon was extremely shocked. However, he knew that Lin Xian definitely did not do it by luck, but by using the martial Dao Celestial Eye. Damn, this kid's talent is too terrifying. He can actually cultivate the martial Dao Celestial Eye to such a level. It was too shocked. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was still smiling as he continued to cut the stone. Soon, the bright light became brighter and brighter. It was like a sunset that surrounded the stone. Crack! After the last cut, all the stones fell down, revealing a crystal that was the size of an egg. What? A supreme-grade, subdivine crystal. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They did not expect that there would be a supreme-grade, subdivine crystal in the stone. And it was as big as an egg. It was definitely a rare treasure. He made a fortune. This kid definitely made a fortune. He bought a supreme-grade subdivine crystal the size of an egg with 500 ordinary subdivine crystals. That was absolutely heaven-defying. Everyone exclaimed, and their eyes turned red. Even the middle-aged man who was selling the stone was extremely surprised. However, although he was shocked, he did not intend to go back on his words. Lin Xian looked at the supreme-grade, subdivine crystal in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. He needed this kind of energy. He did not expect to find it now. Just nice. This stone could increase his strength and cultivation by a lot. At the same time, he was also delighted. It seemed that his martial Dao Celestial Eye was indeed amazing. It could accurately see the situation in the stone gambling. It seemed that he could totally become a seeker, spiritual master in the future. The energy he needed for cultivation was too great. Ordinary methods could not satisfy his needs. However, if he became a seeker spiritual master and engaged in stone gambling, he might be able to quickly collect a large number of divine crystals. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. A supreme grade, subdivine crystal? Very good. It's mine now. Along with the voice came a towering hand. It slapped down and covered Lin Xian and the supreme grade, subdivine crystal in his hand. The terrifying hand was as strong as a mountain. Its aura alone was enough to send many martial artists flying. Lin Xian sneered. Then his body swayed and he instantly left the place. Not to mention that this person had attacked suddenly. Even if he could not defeat an almighty, he could still escape. His current speed was extremely terrifying. The person who slapped the air was furious and wanted to attack again. Chapter 1597. However, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. Someone dared to fight in the ancient Hanyang city. Did he want to die? Sure enough, a tall man with a cold expression was standing behind them. He was the one who had attacked. At this moment, he stretched out his hand again and tried to grab Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from the sky. Who dares to fight in the ancient Hanyang city? Kill without mercy. Then a dazzling saber radiance cut the huge hand apart like a shooting star. Not only that, the tall middle-aged man was also cut in half. The saber radiance flashed like a shooting star. In the next moment, it turned into a boundless flame and burned the corpse and the blood. Only a faint smell of blood was left in the sky. However, the corpse of the attacker was long gone. The enforcers have attacked. How terrifying! The surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They knew that fighting was not allowed in the ancient Hanyang city. However, they did not expect the enforcers to be so fierce. The person who had attacked earlier was already a 5-star king. However, in front of the law enforcers, he had no power to resist at all and was killed. This was simply too shocking. The law enforcers of the ancient city not only killed the person who attacked, but they also intimidated the crowd. Now, everyone looked at Lin Xian with shock in their eyes. Although their eyes were burning, no one dared to attack again. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He had heard about the rules of the ancient Hanyang city from Hey Tuesday. However, he did not expect the enforcers to be so powerful. However, this was good. It would save him some trouble. The middle-aged man seemed to be used to this. He stared at Lin Xian and asked in a deep voice, "Master, do you want to choose another one?" Hearing this, the crowd became excited again. They also wanted to see if Lin Xian was really capable or just lucky to have chosen this one. However, Lin Xian shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Only this piece of rock is good. The rest are all trash." "What? Rubbish." The crowd was shocked and could not believe it. As for the middle-aged man, he was also startled. His eyes shone brightly. "Are you sure? Don't talk nonsense." Of course he was sure. Lin Xian smiled. Then his eyes suddenly became piercingly cold. He waved his hand and shattered all the stones. What? He actually broke it with a punch. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. This action was simply too crazy. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to act so decisively. It shattered all of his stones. Could it be that he wasn't afraid that there would be one or two treasures in these stones? However, what shocked everyone was that all the stones exploded, but they were all empty. There was not a single treasure. What? None of them. They're all useless rocks. Everyone gasped. Then they looked at Lin Xian, and their expressions changed. They now knew that the young man in front of them was definitely not lucky to be able to cut out a supreme, grade, subdivine crystal. Instead, it was true ability. This was definitely an expert. The middle-aged man also sighed. Young master's methods are truly admirable. I thought that other than the Ryu family, no one else would be a match for us in this stone gambling convention. However, I didn't expect that someone like you would appear. It's really surprising. What? Ryu family? Could it be that ancient family? Everyone heard that. They were immediately shocked, because they knew there was an ancient family in the eastern part of the eastern continent. Most of the family members were seeker spirit masters, and their strength was extremely terrifying. It was even said that there was a celestial spirit master in that family. That family was surnamed Lu. They did not expect that they would come as well. So it's Brother Lu. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. It's an honor to meet you. Although he was only in his 20s and the middle-aged man was obviously older than him, the crowd did not think that there was anything wrong with him calling him Brother Lu. Even the middle-aged man was not displeased at all. That was because strength was everything that determined seniority. Age had nothing to do with it at all. The two exchanged a few more words, and then Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left. The crowd looked at Lin Xian's back and whispered, "Who is that young man? How could he be so powerful? Yeah, he can see through all the fake at a glance. Needless to say, he must be a seeker spirit master. It's just that I don't know which clan or sect he's from. That young man is nothing. That middle-aged man is terrifying. Although he didn't show any skills, his surname alone is enough to shock everyone." Yeah. The crowd nodded. The Ryu family was definitely a terrifying family. Sure enough, someone from the ancient Hanyang city came to welcome the middle-aged man surnamed Lu. That made the crowd envious again. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were strolling around the city again. The Crimson Dragon was also excited. "Young man, not bad. I didn't expect your heavenly eye to be so powerful. It seems that it won't be difficult to get more subdivine crystals in the future." Lin Xian took a deep breath. "Don't be so optimistic. These stones are just the most basic ones. I was lucky to find the right ones. If I find the real ones, I'm afraid I won't be able to see through them with my current cultivation. But don't be too discouraged. As my heavenly eye improves, I'll be able to cut out more treasures. Maybe I'll be able to get a real divine crystal. Lin Xian clenched his fists as he spoke. He had seen a real divine crystalback in Mount Foam. The aura emanating from the divine crystal was enough to tempt him. That was a true treasure. A piece of divine crystal was equivalent to countless supreme, grade, substandard divine crystals. Lin Xian suddenly frowned and retreated quickly. He performed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and left the place instantly. As soon as he left, an icy saber swiftly slashed downward, shattering the spot where Lin Xian had been standing. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon's figure also swayed and retreated far away. He had also been attacked. Fortunately, both of them had mastered the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and their speed had reached a terrifying level. That was why they could avoid the assassination. However, both of them were shocked. If they didn't have the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, they would have been seriously injured or even killed. Damn it! Who dares to attack me in the ancient Hanyang city? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. One had to know that someone had tried to attack him before, but that person had been killed immediately. Therefore, no one dared to break the rules of the ancient Hanyang city. But now, someone dared to assassinate him, and it wasn't just one person. He was shocked. Chapter 1598. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Who is it? Come out. How dare you assassinate Ben Huang? However, no one answered him. It was obvious that the other party was a terrifying assassin who was good at hiding. He would escape immediately after missing his target. However, how could Lin Xian let him leave? He used his martial Dao celestial eye, and mysterious runes flickered in his eyes. A terrifying light swept across the area. No matter how well the two assassins hid, they could not hide under the effect of the martial Dao celestial eye. Found him. Lin Xian sent a message to the Crimson Dragon. Then the two of them charged forward. The two mysterious assassins were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be able to lock onto them. When they saw the other party charging forward, their scalps went numb. The two of them were about to leave in a flash. However, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and appeared in front of the other party in an instant. How can he be so fast? The mysterious assassin was shocked. He did not expect the other party's speed to be so terrifying. As an assassin, he was good at movement techniques. However, the other party's movement technique was faster than his. Before he could react, the other party had already caught up to him. Damn it! The mysterious assassin roared and stabbed with his sword. The dazzling sword light tore through the sky. Lin Xian smirked coldly. He raised his palm, which contained countless terrifying black flames, and slammed it forward. Bang! This palm strike was incomparably terrifying. It directly shattered the void, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space. The black flames engulfed the mysterious assassin. In an instant, the mysterious assassin was burned to ashes. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon also used a powerful technique to kill the other assassin. However, at this time, a cold voice was heard from afar. Who's there? How dare you attack in freezing Sun Valley City? You're courting death. Although the place where Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were at was remote, it was not empty. That scene just now was also seen by many martial artists. When they heard the cold voice from afar, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the enforcement team would actually come so quickly. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the enforcement team to be so efficient. Immediately he snorted coldly, because through his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, he could still see a few figures in the distance. However, the distance was too far, and those people had not made a move yet. If he wanted to kill them now, he was afraid that the law enforcement team would have something on him. Therefore, he did not make a move. In the blink of an eye, a few people quickly flew over and arrived nearby. These people were all wearing black armor and had powerful auras. They carried a terrifying killing intent. These people were the law enforcement team of the ancient city of Hanyang. Who dares to make a move in freezing Sun Valley City? A middle-aged man in black armor shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning, extremely sharp. However, there was no fear on Lin Xian's face. He stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "Very good. Enforcers, you came at the right time. I also want to know who dares to assassinate me in public." "What? Assassination?" Hearing this, the law enforcement team, martial artists, frowned. They had only sensed the fluctuation of spiritual qi, so they came to patrol. They did not expect there to be such a reason. It is indeed an assassination. If you don't believe me, you can ask the surrounding people. Lin Xian said slowly. Some of the surrounding martial artists had already run away, but there were still some who stayed where they were. At this moment, they were discussing animatedly. "This guy is the Seeker Soul Master who cut out the subdivine crystal, right?" "Yes. It is said that even the middle-aged man from the Ryu family favors him. Maybe someone is jealous of his talent. Someone thinks that he is a threat, so they secretly made a move." "You are a Seeker Soul Master?" After hearing this, the man in black armor was also surprised. Then he stared at Lin Xian. "Yes, a Seeker Soul Master." Lin Xian nodded. Until now, this was the only identity he could use. Although he was not a Seeker Soul Master with his martial Tao Heavenly Eye, there should be no problem for him. "It seems that this is your first time in the ancient Hanyang City. Then, let me explain the rules of the ancient Hanyang City to you. The city is divided into the public area and the lawless area. Fighting is forbidden in the public area, while the lawless area is our business. The law enforcement team will not interfere. You can settle your personal grudges there in the future. This time, you don't know the situation, so we will not make things difficult for you." "Thank you, everyone. I understand." Seeing that the law enforcement team did not make things difficult for him, Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, he knew that his identity as a Seeker Soul Master had played a role. The surrounding martial artists were also envious. Indeed, a Seeker Soul Master was extremely rare, and a powerful one would be treated as a guest of honor by the major forces. Therefore, although Lin Xian had made a move, the law enforcement team did not pursue the matter. However, Lin Xian was very confused, because he could not think of anyone who wanted to assassinate him. After all, he had just arrived in the ancient Hanyang City, so he did not have any enemies, and in the Dawn Zone there were no obvious enemies. Therefore, he could not think of anyone who would make a move on him. On the side, the Crimson Dragon sent a voice transmission. It could be a potential enemy. After all, you have just shown your ability as a Seeker Soul Master, and many Seeker Soul Masters have come to the Stone Gambling Conference. Maybe someone thinks that you are a threat and wants to get rid of you. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. Lin Xian nodded. However, although he was careful, he was not afraid. Even if the opponent was a powerful figure and he could not defeat him, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. After that, the law enforcement team and Lin Xian left, and two figures appeared on the street. One of them was a handsome young man with deep eyes like the starry sky. The other was a tall, middle-aged man with a long saber on his back. Both of them wore red robes with a black lotus embroidered on it. The two of them had appeared in the depths of Feng Mountain before, but now they were in the ancient Hanyang City. At this moment, the tall, middle-aged man looked at the figure in the distance and nodded slightly. "Not bad, young man. His strength is good and he is fast enough. He seems to be a Seeker Soul Master. Why? Are you itching for a fight again?" The handsome young man said lightly, "We are in the middle of a mission. You better not do anything without my order." "He is just not bad. He is not worth our time." The tall man laughed. "Don't worry. I am just saying. My saber will not kill nameless people. If he is a saint from a peerless sanctuary or a clan of the ancients, I would be interested in killing him. Unfortunately, he is not." The middle-aged man laughed and then said in a low voice, "Are you sure that your brother will come here?" After the handsome young man heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a deep light bloomed in his eyes. Chapter 1599. The middle-aged man smiled and said in a low voice, "Are you sure that your brother will come here?" After the handsome young man heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and a deep light bloomed in his eyes. I can't be wrong. He should be participating in this stone gambling conference. I really want to see how much he has grown. Then the two of them flashed and disappeared like a wisp of green smoke. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left, they came to a restaurant. The restaurant was filled with warriors, and they were discussing the stone gambling conference intensely. Lin Xian did not say anything. He ordered a table of dishes and a pot of good spirit wine. He ate and listened with the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey. He obtained some information from the discussion around him. It was related to the stone gambling conference. These divine crystals had been formed after tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Some of them had formed into mineral veins, while others had been sealed in rocks. And those stones were the stone gambling conference. These stones carried an ancient aura, so it was difficult for ordinary warriors to see through them. Only after opening them could one know if there were treasures inside. And the origin of these stones determined how many treasures there were. One of them came from the Primordium ancient mine and was very precious. It was said that the treasures inside were even higher. However, the Primordium ancient mine was not a good place. It was a forbidden zone for life. Only some powerful ancient families and sacred grounds could obtain some stones from the periphery of the Primordium ancient mine. They transported them here for the stone gambling conference. As for others, they did not have the strength or courage to do so. It was said that in this stone gambling conference, there would be stones dug out from the Primordium ancient mine. At this point, the surrounding people became even more excited. I'm afraid that any stone will sell for a sky-high price, right? Yes, it's definitely a sky-high price. Ordinary people don't dare to buy it at all. I'm afraid that after cutting it out, there will be no treasures inside and they will go bankrupt. That's for sure. Even those powerful seeker spirit masters are not confident. However, that might not be the case this time. In this stone gambling conference, someone might cut out a stone from the Primordium ancient mine. Primordium ancient mine. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and committed this name to memory. Right at this moment, there was a sudden clamor in front of them. Then, a group of figures came in quickly. That was a group of youngsters. Their auras were powerful, and they wore luxurious clothes. Their manners were arrogant. A moonlight was embroidered on their sleeves. This group of people was very arrogant, occupying the most central seat as soon as they arrived. At this moment, a woman from the moon-worshipping cult looked at Lin Xian. Then she exclaimed, what a beautiful little monkey. Senior brother, I want that thing. After saying that, she didn't wait for the others to respond. She directly came to Lin Xian's side and said coldly, "Brat, how much are you selling this pet of yours? I'll give you 100 divinity crystals. Sell it to me." With that, she waved her hand and took out 100-fold god crystal and placed it in front of Lin Xian. "Not for sale. Take your subdivinity crystal and disappear in front of me," Lin Xian said without raising his head. "What did you say? You dare to scold me? Brat, do you want to die?" The female disciple of the moon-worshipping cult was enraged. "Are you blind? Do you know who I am? How dare you scold me? Do you believe that I'll cut off your tongue right now? Get lost!" Lin Xian shouted coldly. Boom! In front, the cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult were enraged when they heard this. One by one, they stood up and walked toward Lin Xian. "Brat, how dare you scold my junior sister? I think you don't know how to write the word death. Kneel down and apologize. Slap your face 100 times, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you won't leave the ancient city alive. How dare you scold the people of the moon-worshipping cult? Brat, I think you really don't want to live anymore." A series of cold shouts sounded. These disciples of the moon worshipping cult looked down at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. "Moon worshipping cult? Is that so arrogant? How dare you provoke me? Be careful that I'll kill all of you," Lin Xian said coldly. He was enjoying his meal here, but these people actually took the initiative to find trouble with him and even wanted to humiliate him. No one would be able to tolerate this, let alone Lin Xian. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to alarm the enforcement team, he would have already killed all of them. The cultivators in the restaurant whispered to each other when they saw this scene. "Those are the people of the moon worshipping cult. They're really overbearing. That brat is out of luck. The moon worshipping cult is full of experts. He can't stop them alone." "Did you hear that, brat?" The people of the moon worshipping cult laughed wildly. "If it weren't for the ancient city's rules, I would have already attacked." "Is that so? You know the ancient city's rules too?" Lin Xian smiled coldly. "The reason you're still alive and talking is because of the ancient city's rules. Otherwise, you'd be dead in front of me right now. Get lost now, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Hearing this, the cultivators of the moon worshipping cult frowned, and the surrounding people were in an uproar. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to respond in such a way to the experts of the moon worshipping cult. "Who is this brat? He doesn't look familiar. Is he also a disciple of a large sect?" "No way. Why do I feel that he's only a 2-star king? Such a person dares to provoke the moon worshipping cult? What, 2-star king? That's impossible." Everyone was shocked, and then they probed one after another. Soon, they were shocked because the other party was really only a 2-star king. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." The people of the moon worshipping cult sneered arrogantly. 2-star king? Brat, you dare to be arrogant in front of us with such a weak cultivation? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. The female disciple from before sneered. "Brat, you're asking for it. Don't blame me if you're courting death." Then she stretched out her hand and grabbed the little white monkey. Wooji wooji. The little white monkey waved its furry paws angrily. When it saw the female disciple grabbing at it, it instantly disappeared. "So fast, it's a natural variant." The female disciple was stunned, and her voice was filled with ecstasy. "I'm the only one who deserves to own such a rare beast." Then she looked around, trying to capture the little white monkey's trajectory. However, she screamed in the next moment. "Ah!" The sharp sound made everyone's scalp go numb. The female disciple of the moon worshipping cult quickly retreated, covering her face with her hands. Her face was full of horror. Drip, drip. Blood flowed from her fingers and dripped on the ground. "What? She's injured? How is this possible?" The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't see anyone attack at all. How did the female disciple get injured? Oh no! The little white monkey appeared again, waving its paws angrily. The arrogant female disciple was so angry that she was trembling. Chapter 1600. Her eyes were filled with viciousness. "Damn you, monkey! How dare you disfigure me? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Senior brother, kill all of them. Leave no one alive." She was furious. She did not expect the little white monkey to be so fast. Furthermore, her opponent had actually attacked her and scratched her face. This was something that the prideful her was unable to tolerate. "Brat, how dare you hurt my junior sister? I'll make you pay a painful price. You're dead." The surrounding disciples of the moon worshipping sect sneered. "Do you know who our senior brother is? Our senior brother, Niulang, is one of the candidate saints. You're dead. Niulang, he's Niulang. If he's one of the successors, then he must be an extremely powerful genius." The surrounding people exclaimed. Every major sect and holy ground had a candidate saint and saintess. Other than that, there were also some candidate saints and saintesses. They were used as a precaution or for the sex competition. These candidate saints were powerful and could definitely suppress the younger generation. The crowd did not expect the arrogant young man in front of them to be one of the candidate saints. Lin Xian sneered. Just a candidate? How dare you be so arrogant when you're not even a candidate? He sneered disdainfully and shook his head slightly. Brat, you're courting death. The group of disciples of the moon-worshipping sect was furious. The candidate saint Niulang looked gloomy. However, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed again, I think I've seen that young man before. Isn't he the Seeker Soul Master who cut out the subdivine crystal? What? Seeker Soul Master? He's a Seeker Soul Master? The crowd was even more shocked. They did not expect the other party to have such an identity. The disciples of the moon-worshipping sect were also stunned. Niulang snorted. What Seeker Soul Master? He was just lucky to cut out a subdivine crystal. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me with such a weak cultivation? You're courting death. Brat, since you dared to hurt my junior sister, I won't let you go today, no matter what. Although this is the public zone and we can't attack in the lawless zone, I'm afraid no one will care. Brat, do you dare to follow me to the lawless zone? Let's fight to the death. Of course, if you don't dare, then forget it. However, I want you to kneel in front of my junior sister and kowtow 100 times before crippling your own arms. Also, hand over this damned monkey obediently, and I can spare your lives. What? The lawless zone will decide life and death. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they now knew that Lin Xian might be a seeker spirit master, this was not a life and death battle. It was true strength, a battle of life and death. Although Lin Xian's identity was special, he was only a 2-star king. As for Niulang, he was one of the candidate holy sons. His strength was extremely strong, and he had most likely already reached the level of a 5-star king. Such a person was simply too powerful. Most likely, not many people could suppress it. The lawless zone will decide life and death. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes with a touch of coldness. In the past 2 days, people kept finding trouble with him. Did they really think he was a pushover? It seemed that it was time for him to show off his strength to the crowd. What? A battle of life and death. Everyone was shocked. It seems that the people of the moon-worshipping cult really want to kill that young man called Lin Xian. For a moment, everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. I agree to your request. I'll let you know the consequences of challenging me. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar and couldn't believe their ears. The other party actually agreed and dared to say such arrogant words. Did he really want to die? At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Xian was crazy. What did I hear wrong? This brat actually agreed? Even the cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult were stunned. They didn't expect the other party to really agree. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. This brat's brain must be flooded with water to actually agree to a battle with senior brother Niu. It seems like he really doesn't know how to write the word death. Brat, I advise you to kneel down obediently and kowtow 100 times. It'll be more comfortable this way. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable. The group of disciples of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Niulang. He said coldly, What, you don't dare? Humph. Niulang snorted and sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Brat, daring to fight with me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. I'll wait for you in the lawless zone. When the time comes, I'll kill you. Niulang sneered and then led the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult out of the tavern and toward the lawless zone. The disfigured female disciple also sneered. Brat, you're dead. I'll definitely kill you. And that stupid white monkey, I'll definitely kill him too. You dare to provoke me. All of you can go to hell. The group of people left arrogantly. Lin Xian snorted and left with the crimson dragon and the little white monkey. The entire tavern was in an uproar. They did not expect that both sides would really fight to the death. One was a seeker spirit master, and the other was a successor of the moon worshipping cult. This kind of battle was really exciting. There's nothing to look forward to. Niu Lang's strength is terrifying. That Lin brat has no chance of winning. No matter what, I have to go and have a look. Let's go. Everyone was excited and walked toward the lawless zone. At this moment, the door of a private room in the tavern opened, and two figures walked out. One was extremely handsome, and the other was a tall, middle-aged man with a long saber on his back. They were the two mysterious people from before. However, at this moment, they were wearing black robes that covered the black lotus. Therefore, no one noticed their strange clothes. Hee, I didn't expect to see something interesting. Not bad. Shall we go and have a look? The tall, middle-aged man smiled. All right, since we have nothing to do now, let's go and have a look. The handsome young man nodded slightly. Then, the two of them also walked toward the lawless zone. At the same time, the entire ancient Hanyang city received the news. Although Lin Xian also obtained a supreme grade subdivine crystal, only a small number of people saw it. His opponent, Niu Lang, was indeed very famous. After all, the moon worshipping cult was a large cult, and Niu Lang was one of the successor candidates. He could be said to be a very powerful genius. Even the older generation might not be able to defeat such a person. Now, there was actually someone who wanted to fight to the death with Niu Lang, and that person's identity was very likely to be a seeker spirit master. This undoubtedly added a bit of mystery to the battle. Therefore, for a moment, many warriors rushed toward the lawless zone. Chapter 1601. On the other hand, Lin Xian ran into a familiar face. It was a fatty in a golden robe. Brother, it really is you. I knew it. Only you would be so bold as to stir up such a storm. Fatty Luo was very excited when he saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. He looked at Fatty Luo and asked curiously, "Why are you here too?" Of course, as long as there's a lively place in this world, I, Fatty Luo, will be there. Oh, right, Brother Lin. Let me introduce you to my brother, Fatty Luo said as he pointed at a young man beside him. His surname is Du Fei. Du Fei, this is the Lin Xian I told you about. So it's Brother Du. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Brother Lin, it's an honor to meet you, Du Fei said with a smile. I bet that this battle will be thrilling. Fatty Luo's mouth twitched slightly. He said to Lin Xian, Brother, you'll know this guy when you get to know him. He's a gambler and likes to bet on everything. All right. Lin Xian nodded, speechless. These two were really brothers. One liked to join in the fun, and the other liked to bet. They were really something. However, seeing that the two of them had extraordinary skills and didn't have any bad intentions, Lin Xian also wanted to make friends with them. Then, the group walked toward the lawless zone. On the other side, the people of Moon worshipping cult had also arrived at the lawless zone. They all sneered and looked arrogant. They did not care about this battle at all. The successor Niu Lang in particular was sneering. In his opinion, he could crush someone like Lin Xian with one finger. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others also caused a commotion. Fatty Luo narrowed his eyes when he saw the people of Moon worshipping cult. He said in a low voice, Brother Lin, be careful. They have an elder here. Sure enough, there was an old man standing among the Moon worshipping cult's cultivators. His eyes were like lightning, and his whole body was exuding a powerful aura. It's fine. Lin Xian nodded and glanced at the other party. He was not afraid at all. No matter who came today, they wouldn't be able to save these people from Moon worshipping cult. The next moment, he strode forward. Ignorant trash, you really dare to come? Looks like you really don't know what death is. The people of the Moon worshipping cult sneered. The surrounding people were also discussing. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would really come. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as he said coldly, "There's no harm in saying more. Let's fight to the death." Pum! Not long after Lin Xian arrived, the void suddenly trembled, and a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was a man from the ancient city of Hanyang. He waved his hand, and the ground bulged up, forming a hole. In the huge arena, who initiated the death match? "Come on up." A cold voice sounded. "Humph, kid, I'll crush you with one finger." Niu Lang sneered and stepped onto the arena. "Kid, get over here and accept your death." A roar shook the mountains and rivers. The surrounding martial artists felt their blood boil, and they couldn't stand still. So strong, worthy of being the candidate saint of the moon worshipping cult. "Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian snorted, and then his body swayed, and he instantly appeared on the arena. Seeing this movement technique, the crowd was shocked and couldn't believe it. Some experts even squinted their eyes. "So fast! What movement technique is this? It seems like this kid is not simple." Exclamations of surprise sounded. However, the martial artists of the moon worshipping cult sneered. "So what if his movement technique is good? He's just a 2-star king. His strength is not enough. I think senior brother Niu can kill him with one punch." "That's right. With his strength, he won't be able to withstand a single blow." On the arena, Niu Lang snorted and stretched out his palm. His huge palm covered the sky and the sun, carrying a terrifying aura. In the palm, there was a full moon that was floating up and down. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if he was holding a real moon and smashing it toward Lin Xian. The aftershock set off countless strong winds and huge waves, causing the crowd to feel cold. Some of the weaker ones were even sent flying. So strong! The crowd was shocked. Just the aftershock alone was already so powerful. One could imagine how terrifying the real sun and moon in the palm was. "It's over. That kid can't resist it. Not to mention 2-star kings. Even 4-star kings can't resist this attack." The crowd shook their heads and sighed, looking at Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically, and their hearts beat wildly. Lin Xian suddenly let out a long roar, and a roar came from his body. Endless energy exploded from his body and swept around. "What? So powerful? How is this possible?" The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. They realized that Lin Xian's aura was not weaker than Niu Lang's at all. "Humph, you're just bluffing. Die." Seeing this, Niu Lang exerted more strength and slammed his palm down. Lin Xian snorted coldly, clenched his fist, and punched out. The blood in his body was like a dragon, letting out a roar, and a powerful aura shook the surroundings. Boom! This punch directly shattered the full moon. Heaven and earth trembled, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Then he used his fingers like a sword and quickly slashed out a ray of sword chi. It was like a divine red, carrying a sharp light as it quickly slashed forward. On the opposite side, Niu Lang's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. To be honest, he did not believe that Lin Xian could block his attack. In his opinion, he could suppress a 2-star king with a raise of his hand. However, Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. When he saw that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack, he was immediately furious. He snorted coldly and used his technique again. As a successor, he was extremely powerful and had boundless confidence. Moreover, his strength was not limited to this. That attack just now was only a little of his strength. Now he would let Lin Xian know what a true genius was. Kill! With a furious roar, Niu Lang's aura changed drastically and became very violent. At the same time, a huge moon appeared behind him. It was a red moon, and it was very large. It suddenly appeared behind him as if it was real. Along with it, there was an endless tide of energy that spread in all directions, causing heaven and earth to tremble. At this moment, All the surrounding martial artists who were watching the battle felt a surging pressure on their bodies. Some of the weaker ones even knelt on the ground with pale faces. Blood Moon Realm. This is Niulang's king realm, everyone exclaimed, and their bodies trembled. In the crowd, Crimson Dragon God had a look of disdain. He was the person who knew Lin Xian the best, so he was not worried at all. However, Fatty Luo and Du Fei had grave expressions, because the two of them knew Niulang's strength, and from the scene in front of them, their opponent was indeed powerful. The Blood Moon Realm is the ultimate technique of the moon-worshipping cult. I didn't expect Niulang to be able to cultivate it to such an extent. It's really surprising. Chapter 1602. The Blood Moon is the ultimate technique of the moon-worshipping sect. I didn't expect Niulang to be able to cultivate it to such a level. It's really surprising. It was rare for Fatty Luo to be serious. Du Fei also nodded. Yeah, I bet that Niulang is not far from becoming a true 5-star king. I wonder if Brother Lin can contend with him? In the arena, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. To be honest, Niulang did have the right to be arrogant. Just this moon alone was probably unrivaled among the 4-star kings. However, Niulang was unlucky to have met him. This was because Lin Xian's strength could not be estimated by cultivation base. Brat, go to hell! With a roar, Niulang activated the Blood Moon domain. Immediately, the moon behind him started to slowly rotate. Endless red light formed in the air. It was like a red millstone, full of mystery. In the next moment, the red light emitted and fiercely collided with Lin Xian's sword chi. Boom! With a loud bang, heaven and earth trembled. Lin Xian's sword chi was blocked. Not only that, countless cracks appeared on it, and finally, with a bang, it shattered into pieces. So terrifying, as expected of the Blood Moon domain. Yeah, Niulang is too strong. I'm afraid that even a 5-star king might not be able to contend with him. Although Lin Xian is also very strong and beyond everyone's expectations, it's still too difficult for him to fight against Niulang. This time he's bound to lose. It's such a pity. A seeker spirit master with such strength should have a promising future. However, he provoked Niulang. I'm afraid he'll be killed. Sighs could be heard one after another. Everyone believed that Lin Xian had no chance. The reason for that was because the crimson moon was simply too terrifying. As for Lin Xian, he did not feel a trace of fear as everyone imagined. In fact, the corners of his mouth even curled up into a mocking smile. In the next moment, he let out a low roar, and then a green dragon sword domain quickly formed beside him. What? He still wants to fight. He's courting death. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The cultivators of the moon, worshipping, cult sneered. What an idiot. A 2-star king wants to compete with senior brother Niu in King's domain? It seems like he doesn't know what's good for him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as a hint of confidence appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he activated the dragon sword domain. Soon, countless sword chi surged and quickly condensed, forming the shadow of a green dragon behind him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, roaring in the void. Come, let me see how strong your king's domain is. Lin Xian's voice was steady. You're courting death. On the other side, Niulang roared angrily and charged over with a huge blood-colored moon. The other party actually dared to look down on him. He was truly unforgivable. He would make the other party pay the most painful price. The red moon traversed the sky, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth as it shone with a red light. The entire sky was dyed red. At the same time, there was a terrifying energy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He activated the shadow of the green dragon behind him and struck out with his palm. Immediately, the shadow of the green dragon behind him also waved its huge dragon claws and clawed forward. The void split open, and cracks appeared one after another before it collapsed with a boom. The huge green dragon claws were extremely sharp and were completely formed by sword chi. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with violent energy. In the next moment, the two collided fiercely. A storm swept out in all directions, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. This energy was simply too terrifying. The surrounding martial artists were shocked to the core. Even the elder of moon-worshipping cult had a grave expression on his face. Damn it! How can that kid be so strong? The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult looked gloomy. They did not expect that Lin Xian, a 2-star king, would have such strength. It was really beyond their expectations. So what if he's strong? Against senior brother Niu, only death awaits him. The others gritted their teeth and said, their eyes were filled with madness. Killing a genius like Niu Lang was very exciting for them. In the sky, intense energy flashed and slapped in all directions like waves. However, at this moment, a loud dragon roar was heard. Then, the green dragon claws emitted a terrifying light and slapped the red moon. It directly sent Niu Lang flying. Puff! The red moon flew backward. Niu Lang kept retreating, spitting out blood. Behind him, the red full moon had dimmed quite a bit. What? He was pushed back. How is this possible? Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Niu Lang was actually sent flying. Exclamations sounded one after another. Everyone was completely stunned. They did not expect Niu Lang, the saint candidate of the moon-worshipping cult, to be pushed back. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. In the arena, Niu Lang shook his head frantically. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. How can a 2-star king block my king domain? To be honest, he was going crazy. One should know that when he used his blood moon domain, even a 5-star king was no match for him. However, his opponent had sent him flying with a single palm. He could not accept this. Damn it, go to hell! Niu Lang roared angrily, emitting a crazy light. He used all his strength on the red moon behind him. The red moon spun rapidly, emitting a roaring sound. Boundless flames spread in all directions. Oh no, Niu Lang is angry. This is an all-out attack. Below, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed. As expected, the red moon emitted a dazzling light and quickly attacked Lin Xian. The entire sky trembled. The saint candidate's all-out attack was extremely terrifying. It could even kill a 5-star king. At this moment, when Niu Lang used it, it was even more terrifying. Lin Xian let out a long howl and waved his arm. Azure Dragon Break! The azure dragon shadow behind him roared rapidly, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its entire body emitted a dazzling light. The terrifying light tore through heaven and earth. The entire arena trembled rapidly as if it was about to collapse. Fortunately, this was an ancient arena that was protected by a powerful array formation. That was why it was preserved. Otherwise, just this aura alone would cause the entire ground to sink. With a roar, the azure dragon transformed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow and quickly charged forward. This was one of Lin Xian's ultimate techniques. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the azure dragon sword shadow collided with the red moon, causing a huge explosion in the void. Waves of destructive energy swept out in all directions, forcing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. Everyone retreated in horror and looked ahead in shock. They could not believe it. Was this really the strength of a 2-star king? How could he be so strong? He could probably kill a 5-star king. Too strong, as expected of Brother Lin. Damn it, am I dreaming? At this moment, Fatty Luo and Du Fei's mouths were wide open in disbelief. Chapter 1603. On the other side, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult had a hideous expression on their faces. Even Elder Zhang's expression was as heavy as water. Boom! 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 Another earth-shattering explosion rang out as the stage exploded with resplendent light. Then, the azure dragon sword shadow directly shattered the blood-colored moon. What? It's broken! How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They realized that Niulang's king's domain had been shattered. It was simply unbelievable. No. Damn it. I don't believe it. Niulang roared madly. At the same time, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. The shattering of his king's domain had caused him severe injuries. He was afraid that he would soon become a cripple. He couldn't accept it. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his arm. A dazzling sword light shot forward once again. What? He wants to continue. At the sight of this scene, the scalps of the crowd went numb. It seemed like Lin Xian really wanted to kill Niulang. Stop! Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. It turned out that it was the elder of the moon worshipping cult. It was the Reverence Moon Elder. His face was gloomy. His gaze was like lightning. It was unusually cold. Stop! On the stage, Lin Xian sneered. This is a battle of life and death. It will only end when one side dies. You actually want me to stop? What a joke! However, the Reverence Moon Elder snorted coldly. His eyes were like two sharp blades that shook the void. Niulang is my moon-worshipping cult's Holy Prince candidate. His status is incomparably noble. Are you sure you want to kill him? Young man, even if you have some strength, don't be too arrogant. The moon-worshipping cult isn't something you can provoke. I advise you to obediently let Niulang go. Otherwise, you will be killed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they heard the Reverence Moon Elder's words. It seemed like the Reverence Moon Elder was really angry. He didn't even hesitate to threaten Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered, "You dare to threaten me? I hate it when people threaten me. Therefore, Niulang must die." In the next moment, he mercilessly waved his arm, and the sharp sword light quickly slashed down. Like a graceful swan, it instantly blasted onto Niulang's body. How dare you? Seeing that the other party wasn't afraid of his threat at all, he continued to make a move. The Reverence Moon Elder's expression was extremely ugly. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. His eyes even widened in disbelief. That was because the sword light had directly sliced Niulang in half, and his blood dyed the sky red. What? Killed? Cowherd was actually killed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and their bodies trembled. This scene was too shocking. A dignified Holy Sun candidate was actually killed by a single sword strike? Not only the surrounding disciples, but even the moon-worshipping cult's martial artists were terrified, and their scalps went numb. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. As for Lin Xian, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked around disdainfully. His body was surrounded by sharp sword light, making him look like a sword god, extremely powerful. Brat, go to hell! Suddenly, the moon-worshipping cult's elder snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a resplendent light blasted towards Niulang. The power was terrifying, and it made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that the Reverence Moon Elder's strength was above Niulang's. Not good that Brat is finished. What? The moon-worshipping cult's elder actually made a move? A group of people was shocked, and their scalps went numb. Damned old man! Brother Lin, be careful! Fatty Luo and Du Fei cried out in alarm. On the stage, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He hadn't expected the Reverence Moon worshipping cult's elder to make a move. However, even if the Reverence Moon worshipping cult attacked, so what? His figure moved, and he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed reached the limit, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Boom! The entire stage shook and cracks appeared in the void. However, the palm strike missed, and it didn't hurt Lin Xian at all. What? So fast! Everyone was shocked. They already knew that Lin Xian's speed was fast. However, they didn't expect him to be so fast. Even the Reverence Moon worshipping cult's elder's attack couldn't hit him. Damn it, what kind of footwork is that? Even the Reverence Moon worshipping cult's elder was shocked. With a roar, he wanted to attack again. However, Lin Xian sneered, "What a shameless Reverence Moon worshipping cult! The young one can't beat you, and now you want the old one to make a move." He was truly a laughingstock of the world. Everyone was shocked to hear this, and the Reverence Moon worshipping cult's elder roared, "Damn brat, what did you say?" "What did I say? I said you're shameless. What's your cultivation? How old are you? You want to attack me? You really don't know shame. Is the Reverence Moon worshipping cult full of shameless people? Or are you saying that the younger generation is trash? Bastard, who do you think you are? You don't deserve this old man to make a move. However, you killed Niulang, and your crime is unforgivable. This old man is going to kill you." What a joke! Niulang and I volunteered for the life and death battle. We have no regrets. Even if we die, we have no complaints. Now that Niulang has been killed, you want to take revenge? If that's the case, who would dare to fight on the life and death stage? Lin Xian sneered. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Indeed, Niulang had volunteered for the life and death battle. Moreover, the Reverence Moon worshipping cult's elder had disregarded his status and attacked a junior. Don't try to quibble. Since you dared to kill the Reverence Moon worshipping cult's people, you have to pay the price. The Reverence Moon worshipping cult's elder's expression was ferocious. Lin Xian sneered, "If the Reverence Moon worshipping cult continues to send out the younger generation, I will accept it without any hesitation. But if the older generation attacks, it will be a joke to the world. What? Are the younger generation of the Reverence Moon worshipping cult all trash? No one dares to attack?" Everyone was shocked to hear this. They could tell that Lin Xian was looking for trouble with the Reverence Moon worshipping cult. The Reverence Moon worshipping cult's elder was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he could not accept Niulang's death. Therefore, he decided to disregard his status and kill the kid in front of him. Sigh, the Reverence Moon worshipping cult is really shameless. Humph, you think you can bully the younger generation just because you're old? How shameless! What, is there no one else in the Reverence Moon worshipping cult? If there is no one in the younger generation, I don't mind being the saint of the Reverence Moon worshipping cult. Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the Crimson Dragon sneered. Meanwhile, Lin Xian looked down and said coldly, "Old man, if you want to fight, sure. Suppress your cultivation to the level of a 2-star king, and we will have a fair fight." What? Suppress his cultivation to the level of a 2-star king? Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Lin Xian sneered. What? You don't dare to accept? You don't even dare to fight someone of the same level, and you dare to be arrogant here? What a piece of trash. Hurry up and get lost. Chapter 1604. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, if one didn't have the guts to fight someone of the same level, then one was truly a coward. The Reverence Moon elder trembled in anger, and his face darkened. Suppressing his cultivation? A 2-star king realm expert was going to fight him? What a joke! He had seen the other party's cultivation. The other party was a 2-star king realm expert who could kill a 5-star king realm expert. How could he compete with such heaven-defying combat strength? Therefore, he wouldn't suppress his cultivation even if he was beaten to death. What a sharp-tongued brat. Just you wait. This matter won't end like this. My Reverence Moon cult has countless geniuses, and when the time comes, someone will take your dog life. The Reverence Moon elder gritted his teeth, and with a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left. The disciples of the Reverence Moon cult had a sinister expression on their faces as they glared at Lin Xian before leaving with the Reverence Moon cult. It's over? It's over just like that? Everyone couldn't believe it. They hadn't expected the Reverence, Moon Elder, to leave just like that. It seemed like he was afraid of the other party and didn't dare to fight someone of the same level. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with a solemn expression, and there was even a trace of fear. It was obvious that the other party was a genius, and they had no way of defeating him. On the other hand, the Crimson Dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei smiled and said, "Today is a good day, and it's worth celebrating. Brother Lin, let's drink until we're drunk." "Okay." Lin Xian laughed loudly, and the few of them left quickly. In the crowd, the mysterious duo's eyes flickered. Among them, the tall middle-aged man smiled and said, "Not bad. I didn't expect this brat's strength to exceed my expectations." The handsome young man beside him nodded and said, "It's indeed surprising that he could kill the Holy Prince, candidate Cowherd. I'm really looking forward to his growth. At that time, I'll kill him with a single slash." The tall, middle-aged man sneered, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Soon after, the two of them disappeared again and no one noticed. In the restaurant, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei returned once again. "Haha, awesome, this is awesome. Just imagining the Reverence Moon Elder's face makes me want to laugh." Fatty Luo laughed loudly. Du Fei was also shocked. "Brother Lin, amazing. I didn't expect you to be so strong. I dare to bet that even if he were to face a true saint, he wouldn't be too far off. Come, let's not leave until we're drunk." Several people laughed loudly and drank the spiritual wine together. They only left when night fell. Fatty Luo and Du Fei rented a mansion in Hanyang Ancient City. Lin Xian didn't have a place to stay, so he went with them. Late at night, the starry sky twinkled quietly. Lin Xian returned to his room, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he refined the spirit wine, after which his eyes flickered with a profound light. Today's battle seemed easy, but it also gave him a lot of inspiration. After all, Cowherd was a candidate for Holy Sun. His strength was extremely powerful among the younger generation. Although Lin Xian did not use many moves, each of his moves was done with 120% of his concentration, using all of his strength. At this moment, he recalled the battle during the day once again to gain experience. At the same time, he held a piece of supreme-grade, substandard divine crystal in his hand and quickly absorbed the energy inside. Although he had killed Niu Lang, he didn't let his guard down. Niu Lang was only one of the candidates. Above him were the holy sons and the geniuses of other sects. Therefore, Lin Xian had to cultivate with all his strength to maintain his valiant battle strength and not fall behind the others. One had to know that the geniuses of the true spirit world were born with countless natural treasures, especially the geniuses of the Sure family and the holy lands of the primordial era. They were the favorites of heaven and earth. However, he had just arrived here. Therefore, he had to cultivate even harder to catch up to the others. He spent the entire night cultivating. The next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes as the sun rose in the east. The supreme grade, substandard divine crystal in his hand had already dimmed. There wasn't much energy left in it. However, Lin Xian's strength had increased again. Not long after, Fatty Luo and Du Fei walked over with smiles on their faces. They dragged Lin Xian to the street for breakfast. The group went out again. After breakfast, they strolled around freezing Sun Valley City. The situation this time was obviously different. Not long after Lin Xian walked on the street, many people cupped their fists at him. "Morning, Brother Lin." "Morning." Lin Xian replied with a smile. He knew that this was the effect of yesterday's battle. Now, no one dared to look down on him. However, Fatty Luo and Du Fei exclaimed lightly. Then, their eyes lit up as they looked ahead, as if they had found something good. "Brother Lin, come and take a look." The two greeted. Lin Xian was puzzled. He also looked ahead. Then he was slightly taken aback, because what appeared in front of him wasn't a treasure, but a woman. The woman was wearing a long blue dress. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She was incomparably beautiful and had an otherworldly aura. She was like a fairy from the Moon Palace. She was extremely beautiful. "What a beautiful woman!" the surrounding people exclaimed. Indeed, even Lin Xian nodded. Whether it was her appearance, figure, or temperament, there was nothing wrong with her. "Who is she?" Lin Xian asked. "The saintess of the Moon Palace, the Moon Fairy." "Why are you interested?" Fatty Luo said with a smile. Du Fei also joked. "I dare to bet that Brother Lin must be tempted." The two laughed. "We've always had a wish since we were young. That is to snatch the saintess of a large sect and make her our wife. I wonder if we have the chance this time?" Their voices weren't loud, but they weren't soft either. Therefore, the surrounding martial artists all heard them. Immediately, their eyes widened. They couldn't believe their ears. Snatch the saintess as a wife? What a joke! Perhaps even those from the supreme sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients wouldn't dare to say that. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He knew that Fatty Luo and Du Fei were arrogant and daring, but he didn't expect them to have such a shocking idea. Even Fairy Guanghan, who was in the front, frowned. The Moon Palace disciples beside her looked even more gloomy. They glared at Lin Xian. Obviously, they were very unhappy with Fatty Luo and the others' words. Fatty Luo and Du Fei chuckled. They weren't afraid of the Moon Palace disciples' gazes at all. They even quickly sized up the Moon Fairy. "How dare you blaspheme the saintess of our sect? You're courting death." The Moon Palace disciples couldn't stand it anymore. They strode forward, and a terrifying aura enveloped Fatty Luo and Du Fei. Even Lin Xian and the mystical dragon and Hong were enveloped by it. As for Fatty Luo and Du Fei, they were still grinning. "How dare we? How dare we? The saintess is beautiful. Of course she's there for others to see. We didn't say anything." Fatty Luo laughed even more viciously. "That's right. Hit me if you can." Chapter 1605. You. The vast cold palace disciple was so angry that he vomited blood. This was a public area, so he naturally did not dare to attack. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He did not expect these two clowns to be so bold. The surrounding people's mouths twitched and their scalps went numb. They stared at Fatty Luo and Du Fei and whispered. Who were these two people? How dare they be so disrespectful to the saintess of the vast cold palace? However, judging from how arrogant the two of them were, they should be disciples of some powerful sect, right? Wasn't the person beside him Lin Xian? If he could be with such a genius, he must be of a high status. The crowd discussed fervently. In front of them, the vast cold palace's saintess frowned and turned to leave. "Hey, fairy, don't go. Wait for me." Fatty Luo walked up to her and said with a smile, "Fairy, I've missed you since we parted last time. Why don't we have a drink and chat?" "Haha, I bet that you have no chance, Fatty Luo. The fairy will not agree to your request, because she will accept my invitation." Du Fei also laughed and directly walked up. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect these two people to block the vast cold palace's saintess. They were too bold. Even Lin Xian was surprised. The vast cold palace was a more powerful sect than by Yueshao. The vast cold palace's saintess was even more honorable. Some elders would have to bow to her when they saw her. But now, Fatty Luo and Du Fei didn't care at all and directly blocked his path. Lin Xian was very surprised to see the two's fearless appearance. Could it be that these two people had some shocking background? To be honest, Lin Xian was not very clear about the origins of these two people. However, they were all like-minded, so they were together. However, if he were to dig deeper, Lin Xian did not know which sect they were from. The vast cold palace's disciples were furious when they saw that someone was blocking their way. Some even drew their swords and sabers ready to attack. Fatty Luo and Du Fei were still grinning, not showing any fear. The saintess of Guanghan waved her hand and dismissed the warriors around her. Then she said coldly, You two, please step aside. I really don't have time for drinks. If you want to spar, I don't mind meeting the two of you in the lawless zone. When the time comes, I'm afraid that your elders won't say anything if I make you suffer. Sigh, forget about fighting and killing. Since you're not free, I won't force you. Fatty Luo shrugged and moved aside with Du Fei. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. This was too shocking. The two people in front of them were on the same level as the Saintess of Guanghan. They were even flirting with her. What was even more shocking was that the Saintess of Guanghan did not get angry. She only threatened him. This was too illogical. Unless these two people had some shocking background, so that even the Saintess of Guanghan did not dare to kill them. Heavens, who are these two people? What's their background? For a moment, everyone was discussing. Lin Xian also walked forward and said with a smile, "It seems that the two of you are not simple people. It's nothing." Fatty Luo shook his head. "We're just a group of disciples from aristocratic families. We like to eat, drink, and play. We don't have any big ambitions. Brother Lin, you won't alienate us because of our background, right?" Du Fei asked on the other side. "Why would I? You're my friends. Even if you're from the demon path, it doesn't matter." Lin Xian shrugged. "Haha, good. Just based on the sentence, you should drink a big cup." Fatty Luo laughed loudly. However, at this moment, a cold aura suddenly came from behind. It stared at them like a poisonous snake. Especially Lin Xian, the hair on his back stood up. He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a warm current instantly flowed through his body. The strange feeling disappeared. In the next moment, he turned around and stared at the back with a lightning-like gaze. He had just killed the candidate of the moon-worshipping cult. It could be said that he was in the limelight. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke him. But now, someone was releasing killing intent toward him. It seemed that this person was very arrogant. On the side, Fatty Luo also turned around and shouted coldly, "Who dares release killing intent toward me? Do you want to die?" Everyone was also shocked and did not understand the situation. However, in the next moment, they cried out in surprise. This was because several figures were walking toward them on the street behind them. The crowd dispersed like the tide. Moon-worshipping cult. It's the moon-worshipping cult. They're here again, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the moon-worshipping cult to make a comeback so soon. Sure enough, a few figures walked over from behind. One of them had a tall figure, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. It was extremely fierce. A piece of moonlight was embroidered on his sleeve. There was even a hazy full moon behind him. This person was also followed by several disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. At this moment, they were looking at Lin Xian with a sneer. "You are Lin Xian?" The tall youth's eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead and asked in a cold voice. "Yes, I am." Lin Xian nodded coldly, then asked, "Who are you?" "Tell me your name." "I don't kill nameless people." "Haha, you're as arrogant as the rumors say. But boy, you dare to kill the people of the moon-worshipping cult. I'll take your dog life. Someone said the same thing before, but now he's a dead man. I advise you not to boast. Are the people of the moon-worshipping cult only good at talking?" Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. "You're courting death." The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult shouted angrily, their expressions abnormally ferocious. However, Lin Xian shrugged indifferently. This was a public area. No matter how arrogant the other party was, they wouldn't dare to make a move here. The tall young man snorted, "Boy, you're too arrogant. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you killed a cowherd. I don't care about that kind of trash. That's right. This is our senior brother, Tian Hu. He's a 5-star king. Boy, you're dead this time." "What? Tian Hu? It's him. 5-star king." As expected, the moon-worshipping cult is really angry this time. They actually sent such a powerful expert, Tian, who is also one of the candidates. but his strength was much stronger than Niulang's. Niulang was only a 4-star king, but Tian, who was a 5-star king. His strength was incomparably terrifying. He was even said to be the most likely candidate to become the next saint. 5-star king? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder the other party was so arrogant. He indeed had the right to be arrogant. 5-star king was already very terrifying among the younger generation. Moreover, as a candidate of the saint's position, the other party should have more cultivation methods and abilities. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm, and he didn't show any fear. In the past 2 days, he had absorbed another piece of supreme-grade, substandard divine crystal, which allowed his cultivation base to rise again. His strength had also improved a lot. Even if he faced a 5-star king, he could still handle it. Chapter 1606. Brat, you're too arrogant. How dare you say that my moon-worshipping cult's younger generation is weak? I'll kill you right now. Do you dare to fight to the death? Another fight to the death? Everyone was shocked. It seemed like the moon-worshipping cult was truly enraged this time. They wouldn't stop until they killed Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone wanted to know Lin Xian's answer. In fact, it was normal for Lin Xian to refuse at this time, because he had just killed the successor Holy Prince Niulang, gained fame, and dealt a blow to the moon-worshipping cult. He didn't need to fight anymore. Moreover, his opponent this time, Tian Hu, was too powerful. He was a true 5-star king with terrifying strength. If Lin Xian were to duel with him, it was very likely that Lin Xian would be defeated or even killed. Therefore, everyone guessed that Lin Xian wouldn't agree. However, Lin Xian sneered, "Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Not only you, from now on, as long as you're from the moon-worshipping cult's younger generation. I'll kill you," Lin Xian said coldly. His voice was filled with boundless killing intent, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Many people couldn't believe their ears. Tian, who sneered, "Very good, you've agreed. Just wait to collect your corpse. Enjoy your last moments obediently." After saying that, he sneered and turned around to leave. The moon-worshipping cult's disciples and their friendly sect sneered. Tian, who was dead for sure this time. Even Fatty Luo and Du Fei had a solemn expression. They said, "Brother Lin, be careful. Although this Tian, who is arrogant, he's really strong. That cowherd can't compare to him. Brat, can you do it? If you can't, then don't fight. When we're strong enough, we'll tear down the moon-worshipping cult." The Crimson Dragon also advised. "It's fine." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. With the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, his speed had reached the limit. It could be said that he was invincible. However, for safety's sake, he decided to cut out a few pieces of supreme-grade, substandard divine crystals for cultivation. Therefore he, Fatty Luo, and the others went on the road again and went to a place that sold gambling stones. This time, Lin Xian used his martial Dao celestial eye to cut out another 2 pieces of subgrade divine crystals, which immediately attracted countless exclamations. They had long heard of Lin Xian's soul-seeking technique, but now they had seen him easily cut out 2 pieces of substandard divine crystals. These people couldn't take it anymore. Their eyes were red with jealousy. However, no one dared to make a move. Because this was a public area, fighting was prohibited. Lin Xian didn't hesitate either. He sat down cross-legged in the public area with the 2 best quality subdivine crystals and began to cultivate. His current strength was already comparable to a 5-star king. However, if he could take another step forward, killing Tian, who wouldn't be difficult. He circulated the immortality incantation and quickly absorbed the energy inside the substandard divine crystal. A faint light illuminated the surroundings. However, someone in the crowd sneered. "Don't you think it's too late to cultivate now?" That's right. The duel is about to start. Even if he absorbs now, how much can he improve? What an idiot. It was a pity that 2 pieces of supreme grade substandard divine crystals were going to be used on a person who was about to die. Many people sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was going to lose and that it was useless to do anything now. However, some people shook their heads because Lin Xian could still maintain a calm state of mind and cultivate silently. This kind of temperament was rare and could achieve great things. However, Lin Xian didn't care about these people. He separated a part of his soul power to observe the surroundings. The rest of his energy was used to absorb the energy with all his might. Time passed slowly. Finally, the 2 pieces of substandard divine crystals in Lin Xian's hand dimmed. As for his cultivation, it was also rapidly increasing. It had become much stronger than before. Now he had reached the middle 2-star king realm. The great dragon, sword soul in his body was filled with power like a real divine beast. It's done. Feeling the power in his body, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If he was 80% sure that he could defeat Lin Xian before, then he was 100% sure that he could kill Lin Xian now. Let's go to the lawless zone. Lin Xian said indifferently, Haha, there's a good show to watch again. Fatty Luo was excited. Du Fei was even more direct. Let's bet. Let's bet. A shocking battle, a rare showdown. Bet on who you think will win. Come. Place your bets. The surrounding martial artists had nothing to do, so they placed their bets one after another. Of course, most of them bet on Tian Hu. It couldn't be helped because Tian Hu was too famous and powerful. He was a true 5-star King Realm expert. Although Lin Xian was powerful, he was still much weaker than Tian Hu, especially when Lin Xian had to rely on divine crystals to improve his cultivation before the battle. This made everyone suspicious. In fact, the odds had even risen to 1-5. However, Fatty Luo placed his bet on Lin Xian and added a portion of the dark red dragon as well. Soon, the lawless zone became lively again. The commotion this time was even more shocking than before. Lin Xian had already made a name for himself. Now, the entire ancient Hanyang city knew about this new genius, Tian, whose name had always been very famous. Therefore, this could be seen as a showdown between the new and old geniuses. This competition had even startled the other sky prides. The Guanghan Saintess of the Guanghan Palace and the 5 Elements Saint of the 5 Elements sect came to watch the battle. Among the crowd, the people of the Reverence Moon cult occupied the best spot. This time they gritted their teeth and swore that they would see Lin Xian killed with their own eyes. Among them, the Reverence Moon Elder's expression was gloomy and cold. His gaze was piercingly cold. He wanted to see how arrogant Lin Xian could be today. Everyone was paying close attention and looking forward to it. This was because this battle would definitely be very exciting. They had already seen Lin Xian's methods yesterday. Although he was only a 2-star king, the strength he displayed was enough to contend with a 5-star king. As for Tian Hu, he was a true 5-star king. His strength was even more terrifying. No one knew how strong he was. However, they knew that a few months ago, Tian Hu had killed 3 5-star kings of the older generation. This achievement could be said to be very shocking. Pung pung pung. Tian, whose figure was tall and his aura was violent. He was like a giant walking in the void. There was even a muffled sound of thunder under his feet. Thunderclap steps. This is the earth-grade martial art. Thunderclap steps. This Tian, who was indeed powerful, he used an earth-grade martial art right off the bat. It seemed like he was determined to kill his opponent. Sure enough, with the thunderclap steps, Tian Hu strode into the life and death arena. He then looked around and shouted coldly, "Brat, get over here and die." With a furious roar, lightning fell from the sky and pierced through the void. That terrifying strength made everyone's scalp go numb. Chapter 1607. Brat, get over here and die. With a furious roar, lightning fell from the sky and pierced through the void. That terrifying force made everyone's scalp go numb. So strong! This Tian, who is probably one of the strongest 5-star kings. Yeah, that brat is going to be unlucky. It's too much for him to fight Tian Hu now. If he's given another 10 years, he might be able to surpass Tian Hu. Indeed, Lin Xian's brat is too young. He's only a 2-star king. If he's a 5-star king, Tian Hu won't be a match for him. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant. Fighting a 5-star king with his current cultivation was like hitting a rock with an egg. On the other side, Lin Xian, Fatty Luo Du Fei, and the others had not arrived yet, but they heard the thunderous voice and terrifying aura. Fatty Luo and Du Fei's expressions changed again. They said in a low voice, "Brother Lin, be careful. Don't worry about it." Lin Xian patted both of their shoulders and strode over. As he took a step forward, a mysterious Tao pattern appeared under his feet. It looked like a swimming dragon. In the next moment, he appeared in the arena. What a fast movement technique! Lin Xian's movement technique shocked many people. This movement technique should also be an earth-grade martial art, and it doesn't look any weaker than the thunder shock steps. No wonder you could kill Niulang. It turns out that you have such a movement technique. In the arena, Tian, who was also surprised, but soon he sneered. Unfortunately, you have no chance of winning against me, because my thunder shock steps is a high-grade martial art. Tian, who was very confident because a high-grade, earth-grade martial art was very mysterious. Even he had not fully grasped it yet. However, he believed that with his thunder shock steps, he could easily kill his opponent. A high-grade, earth-grade martial art? I see. Lin Xian nodded. His expression was calm, but he snorted disdainfully in his heart. Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps was a primordial immortal scripture martial art. It could be said to be a rare treasure. How could a mere high-grade earth-rank martial art compare to his Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps? Therefore, in the next moment, he said indifferently, a high-grade earth-tier martial art is indeed not bad. I just don't know how far you can go. Make your move. Let me see if your movement technique is as arrogant as yours. Lin Xian casually waved his hand. You're courting death. When Tian, who saw this, he was furious. He was a 5-star King Realm expert, and he was extremely powerful. The other party actually dared to look down on him? Unforgivable. Therefore, in the next moment, he coldly snorted and took a step forward. The sound of thunder came from his body. Immediately, the entire void trembled as countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Just the sound of the thunder was enough to pierce through the void. However, Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The space around him was unusually stable, and there were no ripples at all. What a terrifying power! It can actually affect this space. When the surrounding people saw Lin Xian's move, they were all shocked. Tian Hu roared. As his palms opened and closed, a ferocious tiger formed by lightning quickly pounced out. A roar shook the mountains and rivers. The ferocious tiger was extremely powerful, and it quickly charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the entire sky was completely covered by a sea of lightning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As for Lin Xian, his body swayed, leaving countless afterimages in the air. They were densely packed and filled the sky. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Humph! Omnidirectional thunderstorm. Destroy them all. Tian Hu waved his hand, and suddenly the violent power of lightning exploded, enveloping Lin Xian's afterimages. Ha ha ha! So what if you're fast? In the face of absolute power, nothing can withstand a single blow. He looked forward, his eyes flashing, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? But I'll have to disappoint you. At this moment, a faint voice came from behind him. Hearing this voice, Tian, whose pupils shrank, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Damn it, how is this possible? He was horrified. He did not expect that the other party had dodged all his attacks and secretly appeared behind him. However, he was also a decisive person. With a wave of his hand, a lightning sword formed in his palm, and it quickly pierced behind him. Die, brat! The lightning sword flashed, piercing through the void at an extremely fast speed. Before the surrounding people could react, the lightning sword blasted Lin Xian's body and pierced through it. What? He hit him! Seeing this, the crowd was in an uproar, unable to believe it. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. I knew it. That kid is dead meat. In a battle between experts, the outcome was often decided in one move. Now it seemed that this was true. What an idiot. He dared to fight with senior brother Tianhe. His brain must have been flooded with water. He's finished. The disciples of the moon worshipping cult sneered. Tian, whose lips curled into a sinister smile, and a low voice came from his mouth. Hee, kid, it's all over. Boom! However, at this moment, a shining fist suddenly appeared in the void and slammed into Tianhu's face, sending him flying. Boom! The void exploded, and the entire sky trembled. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? Who attacked him? Wasn't that kid killed? Why is there still someone attacking Tianhu? At this moment, everyone's mind went blank. Damn it! Who is it? Tian, was also mad. He spat out his broken teeth and roared crazily. Of course it's me. You're really an idiot. Do you really think you can keep up with my speed? Lin Xian slowly walked out of the void. His body floated like a banished immortal. His entire body exuded a supreme aura, and he did not look injured at all. What? This is impossible. I clearly stabbed you. Seeing that his opponent was unharmed, Tian, whose eyes widened in disbelief. The next moment he screamed, Damn it, that was also an afterimage. What? The surrounding people exclaimed. They could not believe that what Tian who stabbed was actually an afterimage. How fast was Lin Xian's speed? How could he hide from everyone? Damn it, I don't believe it. I don't believe that you can beat my thunder shock steps. Tian, who roared crazily. His footwork was incomparably terrifying. With his huge body, he was like a gust of wind as he charged forward quickly. Thunder shock steps. Thunder shock step. This was an advanced Earth-class movement technique, and its speed was terrifying to the extreme. Almost no one in the same class could match it. However, he was unlucky to meet Lin Xian. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two of them moved quickly in the air. Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and within 8 steps he was extremely fast. Therefore, no matter how fast the Thunder Shock steps was, it could not catch up with Lin Xian. Instead, there were many footprints on Tianhu's body.